Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Wow. Started off already with a frog in my throat. Welcome to another Workers and Resources. Another wonderful day. I'm gonna go with another wonderful day in our republic. Instead of the neighborhood, you know? Like a Mr. Rogers thing, except communist. It's a beautiful day in the republic. Hello. Weekly Gaming, good to see you. Hi. He's here finally. Good morning. Hey, how you doing? Martin, hello, welcome. Kartik, hello, welcome. Rachel starting things off fresh with a question we've asked and answered like 10 times already. Hi everyone. Why don't you just buy the bigger track layer? Because it's, not possible with our customs house. That's why. Again. Sometimes you just can't please people, I tell you. But you know what? Sometimes you find people who are just really super generous, like yesterday. So my son and I, we went to Dick's Sporting Goods. I don't know if this is something that's outside the United States, so just think of it like just a really big store that sells sports equipment, okay? That's long and short, okay? And I was looking for a hockey stick because as much as I'm into hockey, I've been around the sport forever. I played when I was younger, like 7 years when I was growing up, 8 years, I forget how many years growing up. And I'm an official. I work with the league that's local here for games assignments and things like that, and I'm a ref and all that. I don't have a stick. A little embarrassing. I don't have a stick that I can use to play in street hockey with. My kid's getting into it. My kid's like, he sees me watching the Stanley Cup playoffs, and he's getting into the things that I'm into. That makes sense. So he wanted. He already has a stick, and he's been dinking around the garage with his rollerblades and everything. Well, I was just like, the park that's just down the road has a roller hockey area. We could rollerblade around there, and we could pass it back and forth. And he's like, that's a great idea. Let's go. And I go, all I have is my stick for ice hockey. And I don't want to ruin it, because if you're not familiar with it, basically the sticks that you use on the ice, you don't really want to use them on the street. They're made of different material usually, and concrete will tear up a stick unless it's made of plastic, for example. It'll still tear it up, but at least buys you some time relative to tape and wood. So anyway, we went to Dick's Sporting Goods to get a stick for myself, and picked up some miscellaneous equipment and stuff. And there's this guy in the roller hockey aisle right with us. He only came in there really quick to grab something and leave. That was it. And I only know that because I talked to him, right? He was just there. That's what guys do, right? When we shop for stuff, I'm not going to say all the time, and I'm not going to say every guy, okay, but it's pretty typical. We go to a store, we already know exactly what we want, and we go there for that specific thing. And it happens, but rarely, in my opinion, compared to women, it happens rarely that we stop and we decide to shop around the store and see what else we want, right? That doesn't really happen. We get in there, we get what we want, we get out, okay? And that's what this guy was doing until he overheard a conversation that I was having with my son. I was showing my son the goalie stick because he looked at it like, this is a funny stick. Why is it all flat like this? He didn't understand. So I was explaining to him how a goalie stick was held and how, it's a flat and everything. I was just showing it to him, And this guy happened to come into this aisle. I'm going to call him Dan for now, just so you guys have a name. It's not his name, but I'm just going to call him Dan for now. He came into the store. He comes into the aisle, and Dan overhears me talking about this goalie stick to my 7-year-old son. And he goes, hey, your kid want to be a goalie? And I turned and I just kind of said, I don't know. I mean, we're just kind of looking at stuff right now. He's like, because I got a whole bunch of equipment in my car, and I was going to turn it in for the trade-in value, but they only do that on the weekends. I don't want to bring it back to my garage, so it's yours if you want it. And I'm thinking to myself, wait a minute. What did this guy just say to me? So I'm not sure if Aiden wants to be a goalie. Full disclosure, I'm pretty sure he doesn't want to be a goalie, but I don't know for sure that he doesn't want to be a goalie. It was just a question about the stick, okay? And he turns, so Dick's Sporting Goods has this thing that they do on the weekends where you can bring old equipment and they will, they'll take in your old equipment and they'll provide you with some store credit towards new stuff in the store in exchange for your old equipment. And I don't know what they do with the old equipment. Maybe they properly recycle it, they break it down, maybe they give it out to other places, maybe they provide it to neighborhoods with, poor income or whatever for kids to enjoy sports. I don't know what they do with it, all right? So, but I know that they have this program, and apparently they only do it on the weekends. Well, obviously yesterday was not a weekend. So, it's a Tuesday. So he's like, I don't really want to bring it back to my garage. It's been in my garage for years. My son's long outgrown it. He's 14. He's long outgrown it. I don't have a use for it. It's yours if you want it. And I'm just kind of like, this has got to be just really shit gear, right? I mean, it's got to be trash. He's going to be willing to just give it to some random person. And he's just like, that's okay. I'm just going to check this out right now. I forget what he was buying. Something really small. I wasn't paying much attention. I was like, everything was happening all at once. And he's like, yeah, I'll just pay for this really quick. I'll go out to the car and we'll just get it. Because it's in his car. Because he planned on turning it in that day. And they don't do it. They only do it on the weekends. So he doesn't want to bring it back home. So he's giving me goalie gear for youth goalie gear. And so we get to his car, and like I can't make this up. It's so like the situation. If I had gotten stopped at a red light on the way, this never would have happened, right? But like, it's everything lined up super perfect yesterday. He's parked directly behind me in the parking lot. Like, our cars are right next to each other. It's even like it was destiny, okay? So he gets to his vehicle, he opens it up, and it's got a full set of leg pads, goalie glove, the blocker. He's actually got a second set of regular hockey gloves, for any other position other than goalie. He's got a helmet with a cage that's in excellent condition. It's like this helmet's almost brand new, okay? And it's just there in his car. And he's just like, yeah, you want this? Here's this and this and this and this. He's just handing me this stuff, and we're putting it into my trunk. And I'm thinking to myself, are you sure, dude? Because this stuff is actually in okay shape. I mean, the leg pads have definitely seen days, right? And you could tell all the gear has definitely been used, except for maybe the helmet. The only thing that's a clue that thing's used is that there's a mouth guard on it already, which is super easy to take off. And I'm just thinking to myself, like, this is crazy. This is like, even buying it secondhand, this is at least $100 worth of gear. You're just giving it to me. He's like, yeah, I just don't want it anymore. Like, the kid's outgrown it. It's been in my garage forever. I just want to clear it out. So we came home. I'm not going to turn down this. If he's insistent, I'm not going to turn this down. So we came home with, aside from the chest pad, and then pants. Obviously, everybody needs pants, but that doesn't count because, like, it's the same pants. So as far as I'm aware, for kids, it's the same pants. You don't need special pants. Later on, as you get older and older, goalies get different types of gear like that, but same pants for kids. So basically, I've got like a full set of goalie gear in my garage right now, aside from the chest protector, aside from the chest guards and stuff. And it's all too big for Aiden. It's all too big for him. It looks like it's for maybe a 9 or 10-year-old, I would think. Aiden's a little small for his age anyway, so he'll probably, be able to wear it when he's 9 or 10. But I think to myself, like, he has time to develop and to get some skills and to see if he likes hockey. And then when he gets of the age where he maybe wants to try out a different position just for the hell of it, I don't have to invest in gear for him to do that. He could just put it on and give it a try. If he doesn't like it, we pawn it off. If he does, then we got gear. And that's crazy. So big hat tip to Dan over at near. I don't know where he lives, obviously, and I'm not going to say the city, but it'd be over near the west side of the suburbs of Detroit. There you go. For being so awesome, you know? Thank you, Dan, for being so awesome. I wouldn't say it's evening in Australia, rather early morning, at least where I am. Well, hello, Rad Cav. Welcome in, Love. Good to see you. Jerome, is that how you say it? Probably not, because you're from the Netherlands, so I bet that's pronounced a lot differently. I'm going to go with Hofnagel. Mr. Hofnagel, welcome. Yeah, it'd be funny if Dan was watching now. Hey, for all I know, he's like this secret, super secret, like, oh, I recognize him, I want to give him something, but I highly doubt it. The circumstances of us meeting each other on that, I'm telling you, if I had not gone into the store, right, everything had to line up. I walked into Dick's Sporting Goods, and there was a guy right at the door saying, hey, how are you? What are you looking for today? And he just directed me exactly where I needed to go, right? Like, if I had decided to just wander and try to find it, I never would have ran into this guy. If I had gotten a red light, a single red light on the way home, on the way there, I never would have ran into this guy. I'm like, this guy, I watched him, you know, while we're dinking around with hockey stuff, I look over, he comes into the aisle, he looks really quick, he grabs something, and he's about to walk away, and then he turns around and talks to us because he overhears the conversation. That's it. Like, he was in that aisle for like maybe 10 seconds. So I have to be there with that conversation taking place in that 10-second period of time. Otherwise, I just don't meet him. So I highly doubt that he's someone who, I mean, if he is, that would just be astronomically low chances of that happening. But I just thought it was just incredibly cool that, I just thought it was incredibly cool. Okay. Just saying. Small world. Yeah, I know. Hi, Tolerance. How are you? John, good morning. Swinger Bob. Hi, good morning. Hello, everyone. How are you all today? Oh, I have to be here. There it is. I hit the right button now. Ding. Fries are done. Ah, man. So it's been what, five days since we've played. It has not been 5 days since I've played, but it's been 5 days since I've streamed. It's been about 3 days-ish since I've played, since I've loaded it up. And I want to show you, I'm up to something, okay? And I want to show you a couple of things, and then we'll get right back into it. But yeah, hi, Lacto. Oops, hang on. Apparently, I left it running with helicopters going, so that's the thing. Look at all these helicopters, man. Note to self, anywhere that helicopters need to pick up stuff, make it a triple runway or a triple landing pad, because holy shit, this wait for concrete is painful. It's so bad. In fact, it's so bad that I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna make sure one of these don't even get concrete. And that way they'll focus on other things. That way we just don't have as many helicopters hovering over concrete. I think one of the changes I'd like to make, and I don't know if I can, is I'd like to take asphalt and move it back here. And that way I could have this area right here be a triple landing pad for concrete. And then asphalt would be back here, and then it gets its own triple landing pad. I would like that very much, because this sucks. Every single one of these guys are waiting for concrete. It's not great. Not great. So we're gonna say one of these don't even get concrete as a source, and then that way only the other one will only the other one will work, apparently. Yeah. Whew. Chat, don't forget to press like. That's a very good reminder, John. Looking forward to the new update for this game. Yeah. Hi, Nick. Have you had a chance to play with the trash update at all, or do you have to wait like the rest of us? I have access to the trash update. I have not been able to get any chances to play it yet. I plan to dink around with it soon, but I haven't had a chance to. I have access to the beta, but I don't think I'm permitted to stream that. I think there's only one person in the whole damn world that's permitted to stream that, and good for him. because he contributes a lot to this game's community, so he deserves that exclusivity if that's the case. But I don't believe I'm allowed to stream that. I'll have to double check. If I am, like, if I'm allowed to play that beta, then I might just start, like, I might just start now. You know what I mean? Like, why not just start now instead of waiting until it comes out? I don't know. We'll see. But to my knowledge, I'm not permitted to actually broadcast that. So, yeah. It's an expensive wait for fuel. Yeah, they do use fuel while they're hovering. Let me show you. They do use fuel while they're hovering, right? So that's just like, they're just draining their resources, right, while they're waiting for this. It's not a good fit. It really kind of sucks, to be honest. So I do want, like, only half the helicopters to be going and getting this. But I think what I'll probably do here is, yeah, just have one helicopter pad have access to the concrete. And then as these guys finally get their supply... And the thing is, there's no way to tell which one of these is going to get it first, either. Because, like, I've seen a brand new one come in and then just, like, cut in line. I've seen that happen. So... it's possible that one of these guys are just going to sit here until their tanks are empty. Like, this one's probably just going to empty it out. It's not good, all right? They don't necessarily get them in the order of appearance, right? So this concrete definitely needs a triple landing pad, and so we're going to look at that. I'm going to look to place this right here. So why don't we see about doing that? If there's any way to move it, which there should be. This is the inn, so I could probably just put it right over here. Let's try this. Let's put this asphalt, or this, switch this, yeah. Let's put this over here somewhere. Kind of like this. Should theoretically be good. And then, grab that transfer engine. Possible that the road just needs to be redone because it's too close. Yeah, the road needs redone, so we could redo that too. We could have this. I don't want it to come up high, just so I can get the road underneath it easier. So something like this. So I'll just kind of move some stuff around here. I think we'll take this back a little bit more. Drop this here. This is definitely, because you can see it's definitely a problem. So it's not like it's got to be, something's got to be done about it. So. Gotta go around this septic tank. There. Okay, that's fine. So we'll put it over here like this. Okay. Then we'll do like a dirt road right here and a dirt road over here. That's fine. And then over in this area, we'll have our asphalt. Now, I think this is close enough to where I can get people from here to come over here and work. But I do believe that this puts it out of range of the bus stop unless I redo some of the walking paths, which is possible to do. I can redo some of these walking paths, I think. I'm going to let the time run because there's no reason to leave it paused. We're going to let them rebuild these roads, and we'll get regular old road crew to start this too, because they should. So we'll get this filled up with gravel, which is going to be very quick. And then we'll dip this out. In fact, what I could do, since I don't want to, you know, have any more resources lost to that, I could just go like this right now. Now this isn't going to receive any more gravel. So as we use the asphalt from here, it'll dip into the supply. But essentially what we're going to want to do is we're going to go over to the asphalt plant, and we're just going to, I think, kind of, again, back here would probably be best, just so that it has room to queue up. But the oil tank is right here, so I don't have to go underground all the way to this anymore. I could just go right here. So something like this actually would be working better for me. Something like that. We can grab one of these transfer engines. We're gonna need to get over that road. And then we'll just do that, right? And then by doing that, we can then go in and have our heliport ×3 over here. So that helicopters can access asphalt easier with the 3. Like that. Okay. We got to solve this, right? It's definitely something that has to be solved. And then we'll go ahead and submit all of these. And then get this to be connected like that. Okay. I think we'll bump this up to a high priority for now. They're doing a lot of roads. They'll be doing a lot of roads over the last few months. I don't remember what month I left you guys at, but lots of roads have been getting done. And I do want to show you what I've been working on, but I wanted to get this queued up because I really do think it's a major importance to fix this so that we don't waste any more fuel like this. So I need that done. I need this done. And then what we can do then is I need to connect this, but I don't want to disconnect the current one while we're doing it. So we'll just use this out for now. Kind of crazy, but it will work. So, okay. To get bitumen sent to here. And then with all this stuff done and in, it should just start working here. And then I can redirect people who go to this one. I can redirect them to work here. And they'll have to work here by osmosis. No. They'll have to work here by... I don't know. Like maybe we just go around like this. This walking path maybe comes across the tracks. It's already across the tracks here. We could just go behind this building. That's good enough. I'm alright with that. That should be close enough for the bus stop to get to. So we'll see. After all this stuff is done, we'll see. Let's get... All my road crews are slammed, man. Like, there's just absolutely nobody available. I need a lot more trucks. I need more construction people. So, on that note, let's get away from the helicopters for a second. And focus on that. So, over here, you can see that there's no buses at all in Opekski, right? Wow, it's happening again. Hang on. Coming through my speakers. There it is. There it is. Big Z! Wow, thank you so much for the 5 gift memberships. You guys are crazy. Memberships have been absolutely insane this month. I don't know how to properly thank those of you who have been gifting and those of you who have been coming in to become members. I don't know how to properly thank you. I wish I could do more. Thank you so much for that. You guys have actually brought membership income up to like 20% of what the channel has, which is nuts. I think a lot of people think that YouTubers make a lot of money. And in truth, for the hours that's put into it, this is barely above minimum wage as a job. So, you guys coming in and helping with the fluctuations in ad revenues and views and things like that is just monumentally helpful. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate it. And Big Z with the 5 gift subs. Very, very cool. We got lots of roads going in over here. I'm working on getting more sports put in. And another gallery of art. There's some culture needs happening in Opekski, but Opekski is growing, okay? Growing very fast. The accounting office is done, and the accounting office, we currently see that Opekski has a population right now of, I thought it was over 3,000 people, right here, 3,500 people right now. So 3,000 people are here, all right? And that means we have a lot of workers sitting around doing nothing, okay? I need to give them jobs. And at the moment, jobs are construction. So the buses come over, they pick them up, and they take them to the construction sites, which is what's been happening. But there's still so many people. So I'm putting in 2 more construction offices right over here once the road gets done, which is going to take a while. I get it. But once that gets done, I'm putting in 2 more construction offices right over here, okay? Then, let me show you what I'm up to for the farms. Lots and lots of fields. We're not farming them yet, right? It's still the same year, so we still can't farm them yet. I know I went up had like a couple months, but it's still the same year. They're slowly working on the roads. They must have just finished this one because they were working on this for a while. These roads here were taking forever, but they just finished that one. Still working on these. Still lots of stuff to do over here. I could have went gravel here. I think in hindsight, I really wish I would have went gravel for these roads initially, just to kind of get it up and running. But I figured since we can't work the fields this year anyway, might as well put better roads in for distribution trucks, okay? Because that's the reason for wanting asphalt is the distribution trucks. I don't want them to ever be slowed down. We've got 2 distribution offices here, and then instead of the small fields, I've opted instead to go with 2 additional small distribution offices, just to add more trucks so we can, you know, take from more fields at a time. Because I was looking at this and like I can have, what, 12 vehicles here? Okay, that's cool. 12, 24 vehicles. Okay, but we're going to have well over 30 fields. All right, and we're going to have 15 combines going at once, and there's no way the truck is going to beat the combine. So in other words, the combine's going to leave and move on to the next field long before the trucks are done grabbing that stuff. And so we need more trucks than we have combines. So more trucks here. I'm also going to have one of these guys managing the fuel supply for all the gas stations in here too. This farm finished about a month ago or so, and I've gone in and have decided to purchase vehicles for it. Not all of them. At the time, I didn't want to spend all that money, but I do have the full extent of our tractor supply. I don't have all the combines yet, but I do have all the tractors. The tractors are fairly cheap. And so we have 15 tractors, we'll have 15 combines. And that means we can work 15 fields at a time, which is significantly more than the 6 at a time we can work over here. And so this farming area needs to be more than twice as big as that farming area, and this is going to be a lot more crops. Across the road, lots of roads going in. Same thing, I'm investing in asphalt, that's fine. I think we'll pretty much have this area done before the spring, and then we can focus on this one, next year as we go. But I got a lot more fields out here. There is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 medium fields. Why? Because there's 15 tractors. They do the medium field, and then they move on to the large ones. And they can do those 2 fields initially without needing to refuel. That's why. 15 medium fields for 15 tractors, and then the rest of it is all big fields from there, okay? We also have some distribution offices over here. This one there, there's one there, there's one here. Lots of distribution trucks all over the place because crops not only need to be gathered and put into these silos, but they also need to be delivered to places like the food area, which is going to have at least 2 food factories over here. It also needs to be delivered to chemicals, which I'm actually going to change my plans on chemicals. So I was going to put it here, and as I'm putting things through its paces and trying to figure out where I want it to be positioned, I'm not liking its location. I'm not liking how close all of this immense pollution is to an expanding city potentially as it moves this way. I'm just not liking it here, basically. So we're going to be moving chemicals. And we're going to be moving chemicals to be over here on this side of the tracks, right over here. We're going to get a nice big chemical area. I think 18 chemical factories is what I've got in my head here. So 18 chemical factories will be right here with all the fixins, all the automatic connections, and then trucks bringing the various different things around. I think trucks are going to have to manage... what was it? Trucks have to manage what resource? Crops. Crops, and that's pretty much it. It'll have to manage wood too, I suppose, but wood's very easy. We'll just put it in a flat... We're not going to have any forklifts in this area because the compactness that I want from this area, it won't work really well with forklifts when you factor in that I want automatic delivery of gravel. The one thing I could potentially get away with here is to have forklifts and then just not deliver gravel. So, in other words, I could deliver gravel with the trucks and then allow forklifts for the wood. That's an option. I may look at doing that as we set it up because gravel can be delivered right over here, right? We have this this drop-off. and then that would deliver gravel to this location. So gravel could be picked up by a truck here and then just brought around. And that's totally doable, I think, because 18 of these things are only going to use a little over 15 tons of gravel per day at maximum capacity. And that is less than a single truckload. So I could allow wood, which is kind of more intermittent and needs to be collected nearby and then brought to a flat storage. I could allow wood to come in and then just be distributed with the forklifts, and then just have a single gravel truck bringing like one trip a day to satisfy it all. I haven't figured out exactly what I want to do with that yet, so that's kind of like a... It's kind of like a don't have a plan for it yet kind of thing. So we'll look at it later. Okay. Hi, Chicken Man. Morning. Morning, Ryan. How are you? I'll be 100% honest. You're the only streamer or YouTuber I can have in the background and still focus on studying. I can't tell if that's a compliment or not. No, I know it's a compliment. It's just the way that's worded. It's like, you are the only guy that I can, ignore enough to work. So thank you. Everyone else is very distracting, and I just can't focus on work when they're around. But you, I can tune you out. That's nice. Thanks. Just kidding. Back to work, C a Z. Hi, Techie, how are you? That's enough fields for maybe half of a food factory, Kappa. It's for more than a single food factory, I think. But remember, all of this is going to be farms, too. Like, all of this is farms. I have no plans for any of this. So, like, another large farm, and then more fields, and then it just gets sent down the highway. It just gets sent down the rail, right? Everything just moves itself down, right? That's what we're going for there. All right, so we have this bridge, right? And we got all these fields, but I've stopped here. Now, it doesn't stop here. The fields are going to keep going, but I have stopped here because I want to get the rail moving through here. I want to figure out what path that rail is taking. And at the moment, I still have a little bit of terrain flattening to do, unfortunately. I still have a little bit of work to do in this area before, in my opinion, it's ready for a rail. But we've got everything is kind of in place for me to connect this, but I just want it to be a little bit more up here. And the reason for that is because I would actually like to... Well, I would like to get this rail to come around here. And obviously it needs to have a junction right here, which I think there's enough room for that right now. But it needs to then continue on. It needs to come around this medium field, over top of the highway on a bridge, and then proceed this direction, where it will go right alongside this field, and then right alongside this field. And we end up with another junction here, because there's two tracks right here waiting to be connected as well. And so these two tracks bring down to another train station with another set of grain silos for all these things to be collected, right? Because none of this stuff is being brought directly to a supplier. See, over here, we don't need that many nearby because these offices are also dumping them in. A lot of times they're dumping them in directly here. Like, that's what these trucks are doing. They're bringing it directly to these storages where they can be used right away. This area doesn't have that. This area is just like, hey, dump them in here. And so all of this is getting dumped into these things. So we need a lot more of them. And then, of course, the train will pick them up as it goes. So I'm still trying to get a lot of this terrain leveled. And then I would like to get the track builders to start working on this rail soon, so that I can stop buying... It might be easier, actually, to go lower terrain. I find lower terrain can work pretty fast, but it tends to, you can see it on the bottom, it tends to push out the terrain a little bit. Like, as they dig, it's sort of like it falls down the hill and it expands the bottom of it. Which I find to be quite realistic. As you dig and stuff, stuff's going to go down the hill. I think that's kind of cool. But if I go lower terrain like this, then it should start to see the lines like widen out. And then flattening it at the bottom becomes a lot faster after that. But I only have one excavator right now, so clearly that's not going to work well. See how much faster that was initially to just suck that in? It goes a lot faster after you lower the train just a little bit. Of course, that might just be retracing the stuff that fell. That's probably what it is, actually. That little bit of extra that fell. So I'm wondering if I can squeeze this track by now. We could probably try it out. I mean, there's some room here. Yeah, actually, I could do this and make more room on this side. That's probably adequate if I just make the room on this side. Yeah, we'll focus on this instead. I think this is probably going to work just fine. I still do want them to implement like that whole like flatten this terrain area and then actually have vehicles that come out and do it instead of me having to manually do it. I still think that would be a better experience, but there's just some times where as you're shaping the ground, you find that you want something a little different, and then you just kind of keep going a little bit more than you had planned, and to have to submit a whole new work order for that is maybe not ideal, so maybe that's what they were looking at. Like the experience of doing that versus shaping it yourself in real time. Plus, I can do this while paused. So, I mean, it is kind of broken a little bit with the theme of the game. Sort of making me do it like this, but it's okay. Alright, so there's pump jacks here, and we're going to want to smooth this out just a little bit more. So let's get terrain smoothing here. And we're just going to bring this out to where it's a nice, steady slope through here. That works for me. Okay. That's fine. Alright, train tracks. Let's see what you got. So we're going to want to electrify this. And we're going to take the electrified rail. We're going to go right up against this farm. And there, I put a road here because I would like roads to be possible, but mostly the road was put here as like a marker in case I wanted just the rail to go around. I don't want the rail to go through the fields. That looks kind of bad, actually. Can I have you... Yeah, can you curve? Very good. Curve around this road. There you go. Like that. Hopefully this rail can get in there. Looks okay. I feel like it needs flattened just a little bit more in this area for it to look okay. I feel like I need just a little bit more here. Oh, they need to get fuel. All right. We'll look at that. We'll look at that later. It's fine. But the rail's going to come right across the edge here, and then obviously we have the junction here. Then it wraps and comes over top of the fields. Okay. So it won't be at 100% yet, but it's there. Looking forward to the update. It'll make it more of a challenge than it is now. Oh yeah, yeah. There's lots of things I have to do differently for this new update. The management of waste is going to change everything about how you have to play this game. I don't think... Like, there are certainly those of us who appreciate just how big this update really is. But I think there's also quite a few people who have discounted how enormous it is. It's an enormous update. It changes the entire game. You have to play it differently now. You simply have to. Get out the way, train. So, what are you doing right now? Are you focusing on getting to the tunnel? I'm trying to get to this tunnel right here. I'm also trying to get the track to be built out this way so I can start getting passengers into here. If I can get an adequate supply of electronics made... It's all plastic, man. I think... What do you think about importing plastic? I feel like that would... The only thing that's negative at the moment for not having plastic is that I don't have a good supply of electronics. I actually have 3 right here. There's 3 tons right here. But that's the only downside. And, like, really, it's just a happiness bump. So I'm not sure it's that big of a deal. Enough to where I want to invest, like, actually pay for plastic. I feel like I should just take the happiness bump, you know? I've also decided to make these roads asphalt now. So they're... Road crews are busy, like, forever. How about helicopters? Are they still hovering? Jesus. Why, yes. Yes, they are. Still hovering. It's awful. It's awful, I say. Add these projects to your list. So you see we're using the gravel that's in here for asphalt currently, and then I would hope anyway that by the time we eliminate, by the time we load up on all the asphalt we need to use out of here, I would hope that all the gravel's used, and at that point I can tear this whole building down and replace it with a helicopter parking lot. I think I'll even leave the current pad that's there. I don't think there's a reason to move the current helipad, so there'll just be 4 landing spots for concrete, because it's such a resource that everybody uses. For farms, I'm pretty sure I was going to use these trucks, but I'm looking at these ones, and I know they're 2 tons less, but I can change their color. No, we're going to probably just use a whole bunch of these. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. At the moment, we'll just fill one of these up with a bunch of covered hull trucks. Obviously, they're all going to have covered hull eventually, but for now, we'll just cover that all, put that all in there. And then, did we get our connection to the border yet? Not quite yet, but man, are they close. They decided to go around this way. Oh, you know what? They decided to do exactly what I told them to do. That's what they did. They did exactly what they were told. Okay. That's gonna remove them from this job. That's gonna remove them from that job. Come on now. Don't be that way. You suck. Video game, you suck. Okay. Do something like that, I guess. It's probably really silly, but we'll just do it. Get road crew back on these. Back on those projects. They don't have auto search. I periodically have to go in and select these whenever I change their jobs, but whoops. Not what I want to do. It's all good. Helicopters have been doing a lot of this stuff anyway. There. Please check the 4 large flats near the hospital. They seem to be constantly sick. What? I know. Like, this has been like the same thing since day 1, dude. You talking about these? This has been day one. They're always sick. Yes, of course they are. They're in the pollution area. I want them to move out of here so I can replace the whole area with parking lots. I want them to move out of these houses. I just don't want to displace them until they're actually gone. So, like, there's 19 people here. This is acceptable. Goodbye. But now there's 97 here. 28, 8. So there's 8 people here, right? Goodbye. I want to replace all of these. I know already. No, the large flats. What? What large flats are you referring to, dude? I don't know what you're talking about. No idea. Sorry. Speaking of sick, though, what I'd like to do is get some more educated people over here. Because if I take a look at the educated here, there's only 313 highly educated. I'd like to bump those numbers up if I could. So 2,500 people only have a basic education. So to do that, I, of course, need a university. Now, I could just say, okay, well, once they get a passenger train, they'll ride the train to the university. And that is not true, because there's no actual passenger train that can reach the university. I goofed up that way. So we're going to put another university in Opexki. And I think it's going to be a medical university right across from this hospital. And I'm actually considering putting it maybe in this area here. I'm just trying to make sure that people can walk to it. But I think they'll be able to walk to this because I'll be able to use the walking path on that side to get them in here. Even do it like this. This is probably fine. Maybe we go right up. I could go this direction, and then this would be right next to, put the building like right next to the track, right? That's pretty good. The building goes right next to the track, kind of like this. Right? And so we get some walking access from some of these guys. I don't think all of them can reach this point, but in general, if you can reach this, then you should be able to reach this, because we're going to take footpaths. Right? And then like I said, in general, if you can reach, if you can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a ball. Right there. And then this will just go and connect like that. So medical university, we'll put it there. And then once this is built, I'm kind of putting it closer to the heat, right? I want like structures and stuff that they're going to use but not live in to be over here because of the pollution, right? But there's just too many people waiting for jobs here. And so if they can't find work, that's a really big, serious problem, right? There's a lot of buses coming in to pick them up, to take them to construction jobs, but we just need more of that. And I want to get this stuff built faster so I can get more trucks doing that. Been watching the VODs, and the 4 tall white flats near the hospital and large police stations seem to be unhealthy a lot. '91, 86, 85, 89. Completely fine. Thanks for playing. No, they're totally fine. They have a lot of needs, right? I mean, there's a whole bunch of stuff they can't get, like electronics they can't get. You know, 69 of them couldn't get meat. There's a lot of like needs, but they're not unhealthy. Totally fine. If I pick out a random person here, 83. This person's got 54%, so let's take a look at that guy. Where is he? I can't. 55%. So let's just take. It's possible he just recently got injured, right? And they're healing. I don't know. We could take a look at it over time, but I'm not really concerned about a single citizen. You know, or even if it's like 100 citizens. If it becomes a problem to the point where you know, the thing is constantly alerting me, then sure, but I don't see any major alerts about health. I'm working on it. I actually legit just deleted that building, so good. Very good. This will be the site of our new parking lot. Future home to our parking lot. Go move to other places, you guys. Move to other places. I hear Opexki is nice this time of year. Now they're all full. Like, all these buildings are full, so. This one's very close to be flattened and turned into a parking lot. Super close. How's my train for clothes? Hey, you're not bad. Why don't you go ahead and do something, eh? There's only 95 tons of food available? Okay. Is it because of crops? Because we're working on that. It's harvesting season. We're working on that. Look at all these trucks. Just waiting. Just waiting to get to work on these beautiful fields, which will be worked next year. We don't have connections, like road connections to all of them though, so kind of want to, I don't know, if I could accelerate their progress at all. Probably not, because there's just not enough people. Yeah, there's just not enough people to accelerate this. Need more. You can dodge a wrench. You can dodge a ball. The hell? Yeah. Yeah. You don't remember that? Huh? 2 citizens unable to get clothes. You have nudists. I'm okay with this. I mean, I may be this tyrannical dictator, but I still support the freedom to clothe or unclothe. Hi, Raiden. Thanks. I haven't even shaved in like 3 days. Thanks. Or I guess trimmed. I haven't shaved, like actually shaved my face in a couple years because there was it was something I had to do for Twitch one time. There was like I forget what it was, like some kind of bet that I lost. Some kind of sub goal or something where I put myself clean shaven, and it was awful. It was just so awful. Hated every second. So did my kid. He was so confused. The kid was just, you scarred him for life, all right, on that. This doesn't have good enough access. They need to be able to get here faster. So I want to put walking paths through here. It's going to let people get here quicker. There we go. I think that's probably okay. You guys, yeah, from here. So I wanna cut you that direction. Yep, just like that. Yep, this one's not done yet. That. Yes, that one's already in. Just to make sure everybody can get where they need to go. I think a shortcut through here would be a good idea. The game will let me do it. That would have been so good, though. Yeah, right there. That's a great shortcut. That's going to allow them to reach the university, probably. What else? We can cut across here, but that's probably not worth it. To have another sidewalk that way? I think not. So we'll just, again, just get all the people to do all the things. But eventually I do want a construction area over here because we have a big city to build, and I don't need it to come from all the way over there necessarily, but this is very helpful, right? This whole area coming down here and building this. But I think having Another large construction area. Basically, another one of these. Minus the helicopters, but another one of these. Maybe the helicopters too, who knows. Over in another area. And so I was kind of thinking of actually putting it right over here. We could put it over in this area. And, you know, we have a little bit of supplemental gravel here. I don't think it'll ever be necessary because gravel train. That's the whole point for doing that, is so that I don't have to work these spots. But if I put I'm thinking if I put a construction crew here, they can reach over in this area. They can build this area. Plus, they'll be able to access the steel that's being produced over here and through a tunnel, of course, obviously. Why would you do it any other way? And then through a tunnel through here, as well as a road that goes around, probably, into Uranium Mining Town. And I need somebody to build Uranium Mining Town. And so that's what this is all for. So I'm thinking a construction crew right here would be an interesting location. And so what I would want to do in that sense, in that case, I guess, would be to do something like this. I would say clone basically clone this. But I don't want the rails, so I don't think I have a choice. So I think instead of doing that, we'll just build it. I do have a choice. I could just not do that. So we could take it like right on top of this gravel spot. In the darkness, of course. Wouldn't have it any other way. Are you flickering? False alarm. It's like my power grid is stupid stable right now, bro. Oh, you might notice I'm also selling a lot of power, right? Like the money's going up on its own quite well. And that's because while you guys were away, this is how I was able to afford all those tractors. While you guys were away, the helicopters finished this. It's running all the way over to the border. And we are selling a lot of power through that. So we're pumping out the juice right now. Lots and lots of power being pumped that direction. And, you know, now we have our coal plant working near capacity anyway, which is really nice. Or at least it was until this happened. Now we're using too much coal. Okay, what's going on with coal train? Hold on. Whew! You got me freaking worried here, coal train. I might need to pull back on the exports so that we don't use as much coal. Because we're actually using a lot of coal here. Let's see. That's all you're gonna give it? You gave it all to steel? Okay. Here's what we'll do then. I can't limit storage. I can't limit storage. Okay, so coal train needs to be faster, longer. Something. Oh. MG. Okay, so, you know, maybe we have a few issues. You know, just a little bit of them. 57 people without a job, really. Oh! Wow, 155 of you. Okay, new plan. I want a big bus. Give me a monster bus. Yeah, like 135 maybe is overkill. Okay, 91. You know, you go 79 kilometers an hour. That's not bad. All right, good. What? Give me this green bus. You're gonna grab people from here, and you're gonna take them up here. Okay. Drop them off. Okay. That's what you're gonna do. That's your route. It's a proud route. You'd be very proud of this one. Go do it. Do it. So if you're waiting for the cable cars and you're just like, I gotta get on the cable car, but there's not enough of them. There's no space. The stupid dummy dumpkins that built this didn't use the large cars. Well, fear not, because I've got a very big large car coming. This green bus, I want to see if it works, honestly. I don't want it to have to go to the bus stop. I want it to just come here and grab workers, basically. So if you're waiting, that's okay. We'll take you there directly. See if it actually does. See if it actually works. Oh yeah, baby, there it is. Load them up. Load them up. Get into the coal mines. That's what I'm talking about. All right, good. Now, in the event that you fill the mine, unlikely. In the event that you fill the mine, I would like you to then drop off the remainder of your load here. That's convenient. All right, there you go. And that's your route now. So if somehow the mine gets full, it's again unlikely, but maybe, because there's not enough ore here. No matter how much we work this, there's not enough ore here. So that's the big bottleneck at the moment. Boom. There's people working here now. For real. You're still not getting stored. Holy moly. Why? There's not enough people working here even. All right, you guys focus on these two. Get people in here. Work it. I didn't realize coal was going to be an issue, but I suppose now that I've turned on that big export of power, it does make sense. So I'm going to reduce the export a little bit so that we don't use coal quite as quickly. Let's bring it down to like 9. This should prevent us from having to be like super gung-ho on our coal usage. I'm hoping. We'll see. The new update to Captain of Industry comes when you play it. I don't have current plans to play it, no. I don't currently have plans to, anyway. I think there are games that I can have fun with and contribute to the internet with in a better way. I don't know how else to word it. I'm sure it will be fun. I'm sure it's going to be awesome. It sounds like it's, you know, like a super great update. Like as far as people anticipate, it sounds like a really great update. But I'm just not there in my head. I'm not in the mode for a game that's got complex factory formulas and shit that I have to memorize and, you know, plan 800 days in the future for, and I'm just not into that right now. I know I say that as someone who's playing Workers and Resources, but the difference between those two games is that I know this one really well. I don't know that one really well. So this one creates there's a lot less, I have a lot less question marks on whether things will work with this game. So at the moment, no, I don't have plans to play the Captain of Industry update. There's plenty of channels who have made that game their niche that I'm sure will cover it extensively. And good for them. I'll, you know. You have maxed out cable cars. Oh, yeah. Yep. So those cable cars, there's no more. If I ever do the coal mines again, Clearly not enough coal coming, so let's get the other mine. The bus will drop them off here now instead of over here. And then look, some of these workers, since there's no place to work here and they're getting off this, right? There's no place to work here. So instead what they're doing is they're walking across here and adding themselves to the construction site over here to build this. So now, of course, we just simply need resources delivered here. Get that added. And then I need a dirt road that connects that as well. All right, we'll get this coal mine done, and then maybe that will change our stars a bit more. But the problem right now, I think, is that we're not producing coal fast enough for that coal train to be full. That coal train should be full every single time, and it should be full pretty much right away. It should not be waiting. And that's the issue. We're using more coal than we can possibly send. So, no. That's what I'm... Like, when this thing returns to fill up on 780 tons of coal, it should have it immediately. And it doesn't right now. Because there's no coal ore, right? These guys are fighting for scraps. You know, it's hard to keep it staffed, too, but they're fighting for scraps. And so, I gotta get this full. And, okay, well, that was a big spike down in people. They're all coming over here instead. Great. That's exactly what I wanted. Wrong-o. You all come here. Okay, so that's going to work itself out, I think. Yeah. I believe that will work itself out. If we have to stop exporting power over there, then so be it. I can also limit the number of workers in this building to like 10. But then the bus is going to have nowhere to send them. Oh, wait, no, it doesn't. No, the bus will send them to... Yeah, the bus will then bring the spare workers to steel, which is what they've been doing. There's 8 additional workers that can get brought to steel. Where are you going? Okay, it says you're going to the power plant, but I don't believe you. I think you're a big fat liar pants. So why don't you turn around? Oh, you're going to get fuel. Great. They really should choose better times to get fuel. They're not very good at that. Okay, so this has full gravel. We're just waiting on this to be built now. This became a high priority for all of you. Build this very fast. Pretty please. And the helicopter pad behind it. Build all that very fast. There's very little gravel left in this. But again, once it's torn down... And actually, once this is torn down, what I could do is probably extend this road even further to here. Like the double road. Can probably stop here now. And then again, we make this a triple helicopter pad for concrete, and we end up having 4 parking spots for concrete helicopters. Which is, I think, going to be a much bigger, much better thing, I think. How many people are waiting? Way too freaking many. I got to give jobs to them. So here's the thing. The oil refinery, what I've done here is we've gotten it almost built, but I went ahead and stopped it with just 18 tons of steel left to deliver, and only 500 work days. I went ahead and stopped it because I don't want it to catch fire. If I stop it, it can't catch fire. If it builds all the way, it becomes a potential target for fires, and that means that I have to rely on my fire crew from over here, which I didn't know was going to be stable yet. But it does look like it is pretty consistently stable. We don't have a helicopter here. I have money. Maybe I get myself a fire helicopter here. Something with a big water bucket would be nice. All the big water bucket ones are super expensive, though. It's going to be necessary. We're going to put a helicopter on this one. And it's going to let us have, you know, let us have really good fire coverage over here. Yeah, I have nothing else to say about that. It's gonna have good fire coverage over here. That's what it's gonna. That's it. That's what I got to say. If I can just get coal to start working faster, I can't believe I need more coal, but that's what happens when you go with coal power too, and you start exporting. That's what happens. You get low on coal. Get out of the way. Come on now. I wish you guys would just be smart. Somebody left a comment in the last video is like, why don't they just make it to where the track builders ignore red lights? I know, right? I know. That would be great if you would just make it to where they always ignore the red lights. No one would have a problem with track building trains anymore. But they don't. They don't ignore red lights. And so you end up with trains that collide with each other. That's the way it goes. And you also have them just sitting here waiting to get in the intersection, only for the other one to have to return, and then you're at a deadlock. It's seriously, just let the train go, build the tracks. No. But this only happens when you're building intersections, really. It doesn't usually happen. If you're building like long stretches of track, it doesn't really happen very often. But when you're trying to build intersections, this is the main culprit for it, because again, the way it works is only one train allowed in the intersection at a time. And obviously they all want to travel the wrong direction on the track. On the track. Okay. There you go. If we can get over to here, cool. Now we have the tunnel boring machine, which can go over and do this. But I do want another track builder. I've been waiting for the train tracks to kind of get developed and stuff before I do this. But I do want another track builder. The problem is I simply have to have a means of bringing the track builder resources to build track. And so I kind of wanted to get everything else sorted out first, figure out where everything else is going to be, and then that gives me the idea of where it's going to be. And so if we're going to have a construction area over here, this is a good candidate for it because there will already be construction resources over here. The ambulance didn't arrive at this building. Well, that's just laziness right there. You're just one big lazy cuss. Your driveway is here. This is a one-way in that direction. No excuses. No excuses. Parking lot's not ready yet. So many workers here. Just, do I really need another green bus? I feel like I do. I do. There's no workers here. Like, this is nuts. I need another green bus. It doesn't have to be the green one, but I'm gonna make it the green one because I want to. Because it makes me feel like Christmas. Go. All right. 2 green buses. Taking workers from here and bringing them up the mountain. Since the cable car isn't sufficient enough, we need to do it with the bus as well. They'll get dropped off here, and then everyone will get split up. Some of them will go over here, work on the construction project, and that is okay. And then most of them should go over here. Okay? And all the cable car people should be going here until this is done, and then you have my permission to use that too. But this has a lot of time left and more steel and all sorts of stuff. So that's still got a ways to go yet before it's ready. Nothing like getting off work and watching Charlie. Hey, Lucas, how are you, man? You can use a road to cut in the mountain to flat the land. Drag the road between 2 points at the same height and find a yellow. It's faster. What are you talking about? You can't just cut a mountain that way. No, you can't. It don't work that way. I mean, I've been using that. I used that tool extensively. Did you see it in, like, the first or second stream, right? I used that method extensively going up this mountain. You still have a very strict incline requirement to get doing that. You can't just take a road. You can't just take a gravel road and be like, okay, I want to go from here to here. Oh yeah, sure. I'll just right click now and watch it go flat. You can't do that. Not how it goes. Not at all. What year are you unable to buy the construction helicopters? So I thought the M10 was going to be unavailable as of 1998, but I don't need to buy it anymore. I've already got 4 of them. I've already got the 4 in each office like I wanted, so it's fine. So I've already ordered them. But the thing is, I've noticed that it's still allowing me to buy vehicles even after they're expired in some instances. Like that EDK, that track builder that everyone wants me to buy, which is way over here, which of course needs the track to be connected to it before I can do that. It still seems to permit me to buy this, even though it supposedly expired in 1995. So, you know, cool. And that's what we'll do with the next track builder, okay? The next track builder that I build, which will be way over here, like I said. We'll have another track builder over here, which is going to allow us to, you know, hopefully build track faster, I guess. Maybe I could do the construction officer right here instead. But I don't really know if I'm going to use this area. This area could be useful, though. It's sufficient away from houses. Construction area doesn't have to be away from houses because it doesn't produce any pollution. So, I mean, it could really be anywhere. But I chose this area because it was kind of centrally located to the expansion for Opekski, this city, which I haven't figured out what I would call yet, and then the uranium mining town. Let's just create a city area like right here. No? Oh, you've renamed this one to Bonnie. Oh, aren't you clever? Oh, what's going on here? Okay, well, whatever this is called. This city, near the water. Right, it'll have steel here, and then uranium mining town will have something here too. Probably Chernobyl. That's not where the nuclear power plant will be, though, so I don't know. All right, let's check our coal supply for heat. Looking good there. Workers for heat shouldn't be a never-ending supply, but I'm going to allow 25 people to work here if they want to. Should be a never-ending supply, pretty much, though. So anyway, I stopped it because I don't want it to be a fire risk. We also have several things we need to consider for this, too. And you are stopping because why? We're missing coal now. Okay, so yeah, I'm working on that, okay? I'm working on it. Hold on, let's see. I can't have that power plant going down right before the freaking winter, man. So I need all hands on deck here, you know? I need everybody to be working here, getting coal. Like, freaking coal is gonna kill me now. Did not expect that. Where's my coal train right now? You're on your way back. 780 tons. Good. Hurry up. I want you. Is there any way I can dictate where this coal goes? Other than killing this. I don't want to destroy that, but... Is there any way to choose to put the coal here instead of here? I don't think so. Unless I have to destroy this in order to do that. There's no priority storage function in the game. There's no way to say this one before this one. It just offloads it. And it doesn't necessarily evenly distribute it either. So I think the only way to really do this to ensure that that power plant stays on the entire winter is to gut this. And I can have it rebuilt. But I have to cut that so that all of that coal goes right here. So come on, coal train. We're running out of time. Opexki needs you. Did not think coal was going to be a problem today. Like I thought we were going to be all focused on oil and farms. I didn't think coal was gonna get in the way. But it's a combination of things between like not enough workers are getting brought here. There's so many of them over here waiting to go up this freaking cable car. Right? There's 91 workers here. I can drop them off, but there's 53 left. Good. Now I'll take those 53 and drop them off here, right? So this is another 29 workers. Good. But you see, we're still not pushing enough coal to be properly processed. So this can do... Let's actually math this out, because I haven't fully mathed this out, I guess. I thought I did, but I guess I didn't. So at peak capacity, you will consume 210 tons. There's 4 of these buildings, which means we need to be producing 840 tons of coal ore. Right, 840 tons of coal ore. The coal mine does it per worker. And as you can see, it's nowhere near what it needs to be because of the quality of source. That's got to be why I messed this up. Because I didn't math this out with the quality of source. Shit. So coal mines can produce 4.2 tons per worker, and it will support 220 workers, which is, you know, a lot. So basically one coal mine theoretically should be able to saturate all of these at 100%. But since this is 56, we need the second mine in order to saturate these. That's what's happening. Because it's only half capacity. So 56% quality. So 4.2 tons per worker at 220 workers. That's 924 tons of coal. But you have to times that by 0.56, and it's actually 517. So rather than producing 840 tons of coal ore to meet the demand, we're only producing 517. We have to have this operational to get over that 840. That's why. So when this mine becomes operational, which is going to take just a bunch of work days now. Okay, I'll go ahead and allow it then. I'll go ahead and unrestrict that if people want to go work. If people want to go work at that construction site, I'll allow it. Because now it just needs work days. Everything else is delivered. Plus workers are being brought here too. It's really, really slow. So we're delivering workers here way faster with the cable cars and everything than we are with these buses. So I'm thinking probably we just get rid of worker crew on this work assignment here. As soon as that's gone. Okay. And then yeah, building crew and helicopter office are all that's left here. But really we're just providing lots of workers on the site with the cable cars anyway, so it's okay. So again, we're gonna underproduce coal for a while. That's just the way it is. I need this 304 tons to be delivered now. And then all that coal should have been in here. So now we have adequate coal for power. Good. Let's bump this to 15. And just for the sake of stability for a while, even though it's probably going to hit my budget hard, for the sake of stability, let's actually take this down. I'll take this down to like 3. Like, I don't really want to... screw it. Just turn it off for now. Just turn it off for now. I don't want to import, but just turn off exports for a little bit. And that way we won't... All power production should be going here right now. And see, it's still flickering. Not great. Wonder if I could get a bus route to take people from Opexki over to Steel. My worry is that they won't make it there in time, but it could be worth it. Not now, of course, because we're not even delivering coal to Steel anymore, but I was just curious about it for the future. Because at the moment, all of this coal is going here. That should last us the winter. I'm going to bump this up in priority now. Let's get that connected again. That should last us the winter. Especially if we're not exporting power from that position. How are we doing over here? Asphalt's done. It just needs bitumen. Okay, so that's weird. Yep. Just needs bitumen. It actually has 5 workers already, so people are already going here. Very good. And then building crew can get on that. And then I want to begin switching these guys from getting their supply here to getting their supply here. Since this doesn't have any gravel anymore, we can now destroy this. Excellent. So we'll tear this down. Probably want to disconnect this road. Just to kind of get it out of the way, clean this up a little bit. I think we can probably do without this walking path right here, because we have the sidewalks here anyway. I think that can go. And then what we can do is we'll extend the asphalt road from here, this one, and we'll extend it all the way like this, and then wrap it up like that. So we'll extend that one-way street there, and then what we want, of course, is to change this out too. So at the moment we're getting asphalt there, but now we can't get gravel here. So this structure is gone. We don't need this anymore. Yeah. So now we want to do is we want to switch all of these guys to a new source. And in the new update, you can do this a lot easier, but for now we have to do this one at a time. So that's where you get it. And then you get it here. I don't think I actually need to select the source. I think I can just do this. Because it'll switch it to the asphalt plant. Yeah. I don't think I have to be very specific with that. Because this building only produces one thing. I don't know if I did this one yet. I think that's everything. I don't know if I got them all. I think I did. So now they should all go here instead, which is a really long drive for them at the moment, but you know, once everything is good. Ironically, they can't get this road done until they I mean, they can go this way. They can't get this road done until the asphalt is connected, so. Hi, James. How are you? You're waiting again. Of course you are. Ugh. Show me you. I mean, it says it's operating without issues. It should be providing the maximum power required for everybody. We're taking it easy on coal. Yeah, we're not using very much coal anymore. This is good. So the one last load of coal will go into here, and then after that they start getting split. I think I'll be able to give them a load in time. Yeah, there we go. I'm gonna have you go now. I just need it in there right now. There's definitely a worker problem. Because this takes too long to get to, but With the road being plowed, it isn't that bad, I guess. And then the workers to build this is just coming from the standard sources anyway, so... It's just going to be a little bit longer without coal. That's it. We get both of these mines running full force. We'll have enough coal ore. We'll have more than enough coal ore at that point. What's crime? I haven't looked at crime in a long time. Okay, well, I mean, it could be worse. Are these guys, like, close anyway? Yeah. Almost out of prison. Almost out. Basically out. Half the sentence. Almost out. Almost out. So, like, a lot of these guys are going to have their sentences expire soon. We should be under 100 prisoners pretty soon here. That's the only prison in our entire republic. We'll eventually need another one, but I don't want it to be necessarily close by. I'll probably put another one in Opexki, to be honest, because it'll be a very developed city, and I wouldn't want prisoners to be stored near here. Certainly not prisoners near the airport. That seems like a really stupid idea. I feel like I would want my prisons to be as far away from the airport as possible. All right. I've seen Con Air, all right? I know how this goes. Construction, are you done? Yes, okay, you guys are done now. Perfect. I want you to get your workers from here. And I want you to get your workers from here. And now I want you to have the buses. And it's all of these. I think it's these ones. No. They're 32 buses. Which ones are they? PZ 3205. PZ 3205. 85 kilometers, 35 passengers. Me likey. Is that all you can buy? Oh, I'm out of money. Yeah, that is all you can buy. Like, it wouldn't let me click anymore. I'm trying to figure out why. So can we maybe sell some clothes? Sounds like a good idea. Let's sell a little bit of power. Just a little bit, okay? Just a wee bit. Since coal was just delivered, we have a little bit to go, and it's the middle of December. I feel like we'll be all right for the rest of the year on that. So I'm gonna bump it up to 40% and call it good. Now I just need this to be built again. So somebody come over here and build this. Pretty please, somebody come build this. It's just work days. You've answered my call. Thank you. So the road crane's on site, and that's good. It only works with workers, okay? In case you don't know how this stuff works, okay? The road cranes, you can't just deliver road cranes and have it work for you. You need workers for them. What road cranes do is they speed up the effectiveness of workers up to the number of workers that relate to its speed rating. So if the speed rating on this is 22, then effectively you don't need the road crane until there's 22 workers on site or more, right? It's not really going to do much for you until then. I mean, you could put it on there, but you're not getting the most value for it until you have over the number on its speed rating. Which is why tower cranes are super cool, but you still have to have workers there. Road cranes are cool, still have to have workers there. And now we deliver. Now we can go deliver it to coal. Sorry, to steel. Get out of the way. I can't wait till this intersection is done. This is such a pain in the ass. Just get it done, please. You going straight? Cool. I want to start boring that tunnel. I really don't need to go this way. Not yet. This way is way more important. Yeah, way more important. Okay. So we're just going to cancel that and cancel that. And we can cancel this, cancel this. I'm even going to cancel this. I don't need it. Not cancel, but just suspend, right? We don't need you working on these things. Yeah, I don't actually need to cancel this because they can't get to it anyway. So you should really be focusing on going this way all the time, always. This way and that way, because I do want this connected. I do want to get this tunnel done so I can start having trains move a little bit more efficiently in this direction, and I can finally get into here to deliver coal with a train instead of with trucks. All right. We got a little bit of cash now. I just don't see why the ambulance wouldn't reach here. It's just down the road from the hospital. Okay, so this one, right? The hospital's right there. The hospital, in order to get there, has to go out this way, then over. Then it can go this direction. No, it needs to go over this way, then here, and then here, because they're one-way streets. So perhaps it would be better to not have this road be a one-way. Because this road is not that high of traffic, so I'm going to take the one-way off of this road. You have to drag it. Yeah. There. If I take the one-way off of this road, it should speed up ambulances' response to this area. Because they won't have to go all the way around here with snow, and then, yeah. That's going to be better for them anyway. We'll see. Hospital's not working anywhere near its capacity. Neither is this one, but most of the ambulances are gone here, and this helicopter, I don't think it's moved ever. I don't think I've ever seen that helicopter take off yet. So, I don't know, we'll see. Still missing electronics. So we're kind of capped at around 80% happiness just because we can't give electronics at the moment. Not until I'm willing to buy plastic, and I'm not making enough money to buy plastic yet. I mean, I could buy some, but like I could have one truck bringing plastic on a somewhat consistent basis. That's maybe something I could do. We have 2 covered trucks here. Two covered trucks. Okay. Tell you what we can do. I'm looking for... You are connected to that, aren't you? You're not. You are. This is blue. You totally are. What is this one called? Cernakova East. Let's change this to... Cernakova... Electrical storage. Let's call. So you are here. You're currently not told to unload anything here. So tell you what, why don't we say that you can unload plastic here? And I might regret this. I feel like I definitely will, but we'll go ahead and add the border and tell you that it is allowed for you to buy plastics. And I think what will happen then is the 2 little covered trucks will spring to life. They'll go buy plastic and they'll bring it here. In very, very small quantities, we'll get a trickle of plastic bought from the border. And that should hopefully permit us to... Excuse me? Whiplash? How did you even get this many in? What? All right. East Warehouse 2. We're gonna call this rail house. I'm gonna call it electrical rail house. It'll make sense to me and no one else, and that's fine. But like seriously, what gives here? Load plastics, right? Load plastic from here, and unload plastic. You don't have unload plastic? You do. They can't go get fuel because this road is pending. I tried to update this road. The fuel can't get delivered here to keep these guys running. That's why that happened. But over here, you guys could still do it. You just don't have it added as... You just don't have it added as a source. So I just still need to add you as a source. And then from the Railhouse 1, I can tell you to load plastics from here. So now they'll go get it. Well, that was silly. You can grab chemicals from here too, by the way. That's available as well. All right, we should be able to make electronics now. I don't know how that happened. I don't even know how you could deliver that many. Okay. Either way, though, it filled up and then we didn't dip into it. This doesn't need to be a big fancy road. This can just be a standard little road here. Yep, and then road crews can get on this. Did we get our... Yeah, we did. Okay, coal's back up and connected to the rail now. So now we just need to get coal here again. And then helicopters, we can now get asphalt over here. So asphalt there. And asphalt here. Okay? You'll all go get asphalt over there now. With that being done, we can now demolish this building. And all the bitumen in it, I guess. Although we're still buying bitumen, so I kind of don't want to do that. Is there any way I could maybe convince a little oil tanker? Can you take the bitumen out of here? And unload it here. No, not here. Unload it here. Yeah. You're already assigned to do that, so come over and get this. I don't want to waste this. Let's check coal really quick. It's taking a long time to build that mine, man. Even after all the resources were delivered. And there's so many people up here, too. Look at this. We have over 200 people in the mine. The mine is nearly maxed out. And we have 87 workers here. So there's a lot of people up on this mountain right now. So I think the buses are working. We just need them to bring people here, too. Still 42 people down here, so I'm thinking I want another green bus. As crazy as it is, I want another one. Where's my green bus? You gotta go get fuel, don't you? That's all right. Sorry I lost y'all. Our power grid is as reliable as the coal power plant. Hey now! The coal workers union would like a word. All right, they feel very offended. It's pretty stable right now. It just needed its coal supply. The factory is quite stable. It's the supply of its input that's the problem. I need to supplement more of that power with wind. You know, I need to get a lot more people to go through renewables right now. Where is this bus? No, not this one. Shoot, I'm looking at the wrong bus. Where's the green bus? Is it already on its route? Oh, it just automatically, okay. All right, never mind. It did the thing. There's just like no workers here at all. Like, what is going on here? All three of these buildings. Now this one just got 10, but like, for real? Come on now. Well, it is kind of far away, isn't it? I mean, they can reach it, but it's not. No, it's not that far away. You just walk to here. Yeah, you don't need the walking paths. You just get in, and this is a pallet panel road, so it's even faster on that direction. The only place it's slow is right here, and that's not that bad. That's fine. So 28 workers in this bus, and you know, they should reach here just fine. They spread themselves out amongst these two buildings and begin processing. There's 28 of them, so it should nearly fill both of these buildings. There it goes. Yep, and then you're dropping people off. Okay. Now this bus stop goes to this one first and then drops the rest at the coal mine. So what I could do here is, instead of the coal mine, I have you drop them off here instead. And I went ahead and screwed that up because I messed up your route, didn't I? I need to... Yeah, so instead of... I need to alter the route, not the bus. I gotta stop doing that. Such a bad habit. There. Have them deliver to the bus stop. That way, they'll get distributed between the two mines instead of being only on one. All right, check that out. That's pretty sick. Now we have nobody waiting, or barely anybody waiting anyway. 30, like it slowly builds up, and then the bus takes them all. I love it. That's a much better system. That should fix our coal problems. Let me see. Come on. Send it. I want to see if this fixes anything. Oh, shit. Okay, we have to fill these up first. That makes sense. These are priority buildings. They have to be filled up first. We've been using a lot of bricks. Obviously, this is always full because this means death if it ever fails. Okay. I think I can stop looking at coal now, I think. So, I want to talk about... Oh, I get it. Yeah, I understand. Okay, one second. You gotta have a route there first. Screw it. Helicopters can do it. I'm okay with that. We need power pole from here. For real? Oh, this is worthless. This one connector is, anyway. Just go this way, it's fine. I'm alright with that. Whatever. Give this power so I can start sending it that way. But I already had power. Oh! You idiot! You dumbass. None of this is required. Absolutely none of this. Cancel it. I was trying to figure out, like, why doesn't this building have power? Right? Because that's a big question. Like, I don't understand. It had power before because it sends it here. It's without a power supply because the thing it's supplying it power is directly this power plant. So the power plant needs to be producing power. Here's the thing. It's out of workers. And I don't know why. Why no workers? I can disrupt your flow. Four? What do you mean there's only 4? I have no idea if this can work because the distance is long. They'd have to go here, this way, then cut probably. I mean, it's just so far. I need a tunnel under here to make this even remotely possible. Like, I need a road that basically goes straight under the tunnel to here. And then maybe that would work, but I was gonna say Opexki could go to you could take their workers to the coal power plant, but I don't think that's just anywhere near possible until we get trains moving through here. Like, until somebody can be delivered to this passenger train, I just don't think that's doable. And now that has sparked a reason. I now see the reason for wanting to get this connected. So I can have passengers go to this stop. A sharp turn. It can be done. Yeah, that's good enough space. This will allow me to get people from Opexki to work at the coal power plant. Alright. Once the tunnel's done, obviously. So, it doesn't help me now, but... Can't believe there's only 4 people. Oh, there's 24 in this one. Okay. That's fine. Let's go up to 20 here. Much better. I don't know why you guys aren't more spaced out, though. You're supposed to be. Not sure what happened along the way to make that happen, but all right. Anyway, so none of that power is required because as long as this building is operational, it is directly powering that. It provides power in its area, so, you know, why wouldn't a power plant act as a built-in substation? Okay, everything's fine. Everything's okay. Nothing to see here. Are we good here? They're not taking the bitumen out of this. I'm just gonna cancel it. I need the helicopters running now. I'm just gonna kill this. I need those helicopters running, so we'll lose 4 tons of bitumen. Big deal. And then we want the pipes to be eliminated too, so that infrastructure is not in my way. Pull it all the way back. There we go. That squiggly pipe doesn't concern me. It's underground anyway. Okay, so all the asphalt and stuff is being done over here. All the helicopters can go get it over here. And now finally we need to get concrete sorted out here. So 3 times heliport for concrete. Don't you dare. Oh, I probably have to remove the first one, don't I? Are you only allowed to have 1 helicopter port? Due to infrastructure. That's a big fat lie. Yeah, right there. This should have worked. That should work, but it doesn't. So I think you're only allowed to have 1. And I don't think I can actually delete this. I don't think I'm allowed to delete a heliport. I don't think I can delete a helipad without deleting the whole building. Which is another gripe I have on this game. It's like, I can't remove this heliport without deleting the entire building. No, you're allowed to have 2. All right, it must just be a positioning thing then. Maybe I'll just do 2 separate small ones. It'll still have 3. I really wanted to give it 4. We use so much concrete. Like, helicopters need this supply bad. Is this, like, not smooth enough or what? Like, it says infrastructure, but I don't buy it. Can we just smooth this out, please? It's super flat. There's nothing in the way. Shouldn't be anything here. Everything should be deleted from this area. Underground and above. Everything. Water's coming in from that side. Thank you. That's what I'm looking for right there. That's fine with me right there. Build that with the maximum priority you've ever had. Helicopters. Which you can't do concrete, so I need trucks to deliver the concrete. But, no I don't. No I don't. I'm just going to turn it back on. Whatever. This building can have concrete now. You're welcome. Go. There you go. Gravel. Then you wait for concrete. That's okay. Hello, train. Ignore the light, please. Dun, dun, da, da. The other thing I don't like about track building is they always do these tiny segments at a time, right? When you place the signals ahead of time, it creates these segments that allow your trains to get in where they need to go. But the downside of that is it also creates these tiny mini segments. And so I don't exactly know how to properly avoid this problem, because for intersections, I sort of need the trains. I guess maybe just having no signaling at all throughout all of this area. You know, like having the signals basically be here, and then once you're in this area, you can do whatever you want, but you're still going to have to retrace your steps and still come back. So I think what has to happen here is for intersections, I simply need to have like a little wooden turnaround right here, right? To keep them, like I need to constantly have these little tiny wooden areas, wooden track areas. Like, I know it's dark, let me get the daytime. Like this area right here. So this right here is, you know, something I built before just to allow the track builders to not get confused, right? And that was the whole gig. So track builders could stay on this side and only switch when they needed to. And I think I just need more of those segments. But then have no signals for the intersections at all. As you see, we have lots of signals queued up here. If I was to go into signaling, there's lots of signals queued up. to separate these sections so that if a train's working here, this train doesn't care because it's going there, right? Where what probably would have been smarter was just to have the single signal maybe here or, you know, right before that switch. And then, you know, when the train's waiting too long, you just have him ignore red light at that part, and then he can get in and go wherever he wants. But he'll still have to come back. So I don't know. There's probably a system to that it's probably really easy and I'm just overlooking it. But like having to be here and babysit this intersection is a real pain in the ass. I don't particularly enjoy it. Because he's just going to go here and do that tiny little section and then go all the way back to the train construction yard. It sucks. This is going to be so much better, man. All these helicopters are going to finally have concrete they need and everything. It's going to be so much better. I'm going to allow you to have workers beyond the borders now. Yep, we're going to allow foreign labor for both of these. So we can get foreign labor brought to these sites too. It still isn't full. Wow. Well, it's only half full of workers and half full of workers. So we have like a quarter of the workers here. There's so many people just flooding into these places. Oh, I love it. That's a lot of coal ore, man. How are we processing all this? I just don't buy it. What is going on here? How is this not... You got 2 of these running. There's no drinking water in one. I'm not sure how that's happening. Because I don't have water being brought here. Okay. I don't know how I missed that. It must be getting brought in on trucks over and over again this whole time. Okay. We'll get that water problem corrected. We already have a little water tower right here, which really honestly is not that much. But it just gives us a tiny cushion, I guess. It's really not that big. This one here doesn't have anything at all. It just says target storages are full. So it just isn't. Like, I don't understand that. So it looks to me like we need a pump. Oh, you see, we shouldn't need a pump to this, though. That's just not true. We shouldn't need a pump between here and there. Because this is downhill. That's the whole point of a water tower, right? You pump it. I wonder if you need a pump from here. I always thought these loading and unloading stations would have a pump installed, like, pre-built in. I mean, otherwise, what the hell is this thing? You know? I felt like this was a pump. It looks an awful lot like that, doesn't it? Like a small version of that. It's got to be a pump, right? Like, look at what that looks like. See what that looks like? Okay. And then you go over to a small pump. It's over here somewhere. I'm gonna find one. These are all big ones. I want a small pump so I can see what they look like. Here. Doesn't that look just like the thing that's over there? That's a pump, right? I mean, it's gotta be. That is totally a pump. So when we drop water off here, it's just not gonna work. Honestly, this water thing is not gonna work. I need to redo the water. Look at this. Look at this nonsense here. Okay, we gotta redo this. I do have one solution for this. I just didn't want to do it because it's messy, but I'll do it anyway. We have these connections coming off of this one, right? It's pushing water this way. And because we have this is a pump. It is already a pump. So I'm going to come off of this side of this pump with just a simple small pipe. I'm going to wrap around. I'm going to bring it all the way over and pop it in all the way over here, and I'm going to pop it into this side. Right? If I can get it over there, though. I have to be able to get it there. Lots of other infrastructure in the way. Oh, there we go. From there, okay. And then I'm just gonna cancel this. This system of bringing water in here is just not working for me. And we are gonna instead just have this pipe deliver it direct. Yep. Just deliver it direct. I'm sick of doing that. The trucks and everything, it's gotta go. It never should have been a thing in the first place, but it was such an afterthought that I'm not used to working with water, right? Like, I'm not used to working with the having to do water systems and stuff. That's one of the things where I wanted to stream this first, so I could have that whole dry run and be like, okay, this is how this works. So now that I know that, let's do it right. Building crew, please get on all of this. Yep. Building crew will handle that. And then we'll just get water directly here. So these buildings don't have drinking water, right? Which is a problem. So it'll get fixed by bringing it to the water tower. And then at that point, I can just cut this building. I don't need it. So, whatever. There, done. Put something else here instead. Very silly. Did I fix the power issue here yet? We were talking about like how power works and how it's not the way we thought, and I don't think I fixed it yet because this area is connected to the grid. And I don't think it's supposed to be, right? So I think we're supposed to cancel this. Yeah. That should be disconnected. Because all of these power producers, all these wind turbines, should be getting fed to substations. And I'm pretty confident this was the substation that I was going to use for that particular plan, and I just never did. So 4 runs to here. And then we get substations, you know, spread out throughout the city and area. And this is, again, helping. There's already one here. I already did all this groundwork. I just never finished it. There's probably other substations that are without power right now. Somewhere. One there, one there. One there. Yeah, I already did all this. So we're going to take this line and run it to here. Give this. Okay, well, that's not working. Really? It's because I'm green, isn't it? I'm gonna have to go under the pipe. That, which is silly, but if it works, it works. Okay, that's one. New medium on that, it's fine. And then just running the maximum this way. Yeah. So we'll have this one get there. And let's actually start it from this side. We'll give you there. We'll get you there. And then we're going to, I don't know, as fancy as it is, could just come up like this, above ground, from the medium connection point. And then this would give us a way to export the wind, the spare wind. It's not a super bad deal. Kind of goes over top of the train there. Or like, I guess the train goes through it. I don't like that. It won't actually matter in the game if the train goes through the power lines. I just simply don't like doing it. So I'm gonna go around it because I think that's fine. I think it's better to do it that way. So that little zigzag, but it lets us export any spare wind. So we have wind going here, but if there's spare wind, then we can send it to the border from these wind turbines. All these 4 here plus these 2 here. Actually, I want to say it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then one of these, right? Because I think one of these. No, they're both connected here. Yeah, so it's still both of these. They should be spinning more often. Okay, so it's looking like. Good afternoon, Dal. It's looking like it's about time to farm. How's our roads? Other than nowhere near, well, I guess near is appropriate, but it's not complete nearly enough. I really need these roads done, like, super badly. At least the parts that are gonna impede, like, trucks, like, getting to the fields. I gotta be able to get to the fields with the tractors. I need these ones done at least. I know it's dark, I'm sorry, but I need all these roads done at a high priority here. So that I can get to the fields. Yeah, and that's it. And then this one needs to be completed. This one, man, they just didn't quite get enough of them done. I know there's a lot of roads to do here though, and with asphalt being a bottleneck, that makes sense. But now we have 3 parking spaces for asphalt, or 3 helipads for asphalt, so that should speed things up a lot. And then we also now have 3 pads for, oh gosh, we have 4 pads. 4 pads for concrete, and look at them, just, they're not waiting anymore. Nah, no waiting around now. Now the only thing waiting is the construction trains. It's the only thing's waiting now. My gosh, really? I really need you to get through this intersection. I just desperately need this intersection to be completely done. But even then, there needs to be a turnaround. I think I need one of those wooden turnarounds right here. Just to kind of give them another way of getting out of there. Yeah. Otherwise, they have to go the wrong way all the way up there, and that's no good. I'm gonna put a little turnaround in here for them. Okay. If you guys can get this done first, then everything will be easier for you later, okay? Everything should get easier anyway. Although I think the... Does that solve anything, though? Does that even solve anything? Because they're still... I mean, all it does is mean they can do it quicker, so they don't have to do it way up there. Yeah, whatever. It probably does solve some things. Just have that popped in. It's fine. It can't hurt. It's not going to hurt the electrical trains, so... It's okay. Electronics, we got 6 tons in there, 0 in there, go figure. But the train can bring electronics. They don't have this road done, so the road crews can't reach here. Yup. Okay, see about getting that done. Good amounts of coal, good amounts of coal. I think coal's fixed. I think. Hope coal is fixed. I really, 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 really want to see more farming over here. Gotta have it. Let me finish this really quick too. We're gonna go like this. Wow, you missed one stream in a couple of hours of this one and the whole world changes. Did it though? Did the whole world change? Well, okay, so you missed last stream? Yeah, if you missed last stream, then you missed a lot. We were very productive last stream. That was a week ago. Nearly a week ago. We're going down to 2 days a week now on this. So it's Wednesdays and Fridays. I may change it to Tuesday, Thursday, because it just flows better. I don't know. My perception is that Friday is the end of the work week, and like Tuesdays and Thursdays are more in the middle of the... I don't know. It's just weird. It's however my brain works there, but I may shift it to Tuesday, Thursday. I was going to reserve Tuesday and Thursday for Star Citizen, but I just haven't, I don't know, like, I was into it, really into it, you know? Like how you get into a game where you're just like, it's all you can think about. That was where I was. And then I just got exposed to all sorts of problems with it and kind of, I don't know, kind of killed my interest a little bit. I got to get back into it. It's going to take some time to get back into it. I really don't think separating these is all that necessary, game, but all right. All right, so we have the tracks are coming around this. It's nice and flat here now. I was hoping to get it to where it didn't have this overlap of dirt here. Still a little bit, but it's not on the track, so I'm gonna allow it. And then this track needs to go around. We'll hug the border here. We'll hug the terrain. My gosh, can you just be daytime now, please? Can we just please have daytime? Oh my god, I hate the winter so much. I hate the winter so much. Where the hell are my workers? Why are these buses not separated anymore? They used to be so spaced out. Like, what are you doing? Hello? Why are you different? There's 4 buses bringing people to this building. 4 of you. It's equally spaced. Going to one of the busiest bus stops in the whole... the busiest bus stop in the whole Republic. and you can't keep a steady 20 workers, 1 worker in here? Something's going on with spacing on that. There's certainly not a... Yeah, there's certainly no shortage of workers. Oh, I think you're probably going here, though. No, that's steel. Yeah, you go to the central one. Exactly. That's... I don't get it, man. Come on. Let's go. Now we have buildings on fire. That's a bit of a problem. That's where all my bitumen is. Please don't burn down. Good. I wasn't sure how many firefighters it would take to put out a fire with a tank full of bitumen, but apparently 12 can handle it. Auto build rail will automatically pick small parts. Yeah, the problem with it is, though, I have a lot of rail pending, and so they'll also pick a lot of other parts. And I don't really want to go through my entire rail network and say disallow, 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 disallow on all these little segments, and then have to re-enable it later. I don't really want to do that. I would rather, I know it sounds maybe backwards, but I would rather select the parts I want. The other thing that trains will do is if you select a small segment like this to build, it will automatically add the following segment, even if you don't auto search. It will automatically add the next part. Like, I didn't click this. It's already on the list, though, but I didn't click this. Because I couldn't click it, because the rail wasn't constructed to this point yet. Once the rail got constructed to this point, it automatically added it, and this is without auto search. So you don't require auto search to add following segments that direction. Like, you don't have to come back and select the small segments, is basically what I'm saying. The problem with it, though, I have, is that they're going to travel from all the way over there, all the way over here, finish the small segment, and then go back. They're not just going to continue with more resources. I wish they would just keep going, do multiple segments in one run. That's my problem with it. It's not that I have to select it. It's that the trains don't keep going. They keep coming back, and I don't want them to do that. All right, so we have this little turnaround section now, and these are all very temporary signals. I can't even think right now. Okay. All very temporary signals. But what we're going to do is something like this. This will be two-way. Two-way. One-way. And one-way. This should keep them on the right side of the track and allow them to kind of move through different sections and stuff without interfering with each other. My hope is that that happens anyways. They can be able to get here. I actually do need this to be mixed, though. My bad. These do need to be mixed. Okay. But now this is the part where I want it to stay solid. And so because that's done, I still have this one, and I should probably do this now since they don't need to get back here anymore. So this can be like that. Right? That should be good. Until this track is done completely. And once this track is fully completed, then, and only then, will I be able to just, like, delete these little segments. I don't need them anymore. They won't be relevant because it'll be electric trains going through them anyway, so they won't use the wooden track segments anyway. But I think it will still create additional complexity that I don't want because it adds new signals, and I don't want new signals. So I'll be deleting the segments anyway. So that's all taken care of. It's February 23rd. That's the end of winter. Marks the end of the last snow. And we're still having a problem getting workers here, despite having 3 dedicated buses for it. Really annoying. Not gonna lie. It's a little annoying. So I'm gonna add one more bus. But I'm gonna change this bus. It's gonna be, let's do this little microbus here. Also, this is nearly full, so I'm gonna let you have your route again. So what I want this little bus to do, it's counterintuitive as it is, I want you to come over to this train station. And you're just going to load some workers here. You don't have capacity for much, but it's just this little extra trickle of workers that I'd really like to get going on this. I'm going to have you start that. So we're just going to grab some workers that are standing around over here. We don't have a whole lot standing in the cable. Oh, I guess we do. Ooh, we do. We do have more standing in the cableway. Well, once the bus gets there, we won't, but yeah, all right, never mind. So we'll have that little bus. Where's that little bus that I just bought? Where'd he go? Well, he's got to come around here sooner or later. See, these guys are not spread out very much. They're supposed to be, but they're not. They're right on top of each other. So I don't get that. That doesn't look very spaced out to me at all. It looks like you're waiting in line for another, to pick people up. That's just not the way it's supposed to be. I'm gonna let that microbus go here for now. Because it'll have at least 7 people to pick up here consistently. Wherever the hell it is. It's right here. It's you? Nope. Where the hell is it? I just bought it. It is just over there. It can travel 90 kilometers an hour. Where the hell did you go? The actual F? Are you doing over here? Did you just decide you needed fuel at the furthest possible station or what? Going for a joyride, man. Oh, I never driven a 2203 before. Oh, this is exciting. I can't believe it, man. I can't believe. All right, 7 workers from that station. We're just going to rob them from the train real quick. And go... Yeah, it's because that's... Yeah, all right. You're just taking the asphalt path. I guess that's fine. Because you are a really fast bus. And then you'll get into here. And just, again, hopefully just have a steady stream of workers that are here consistently. Even if they're not that many, it's at least somebody working here, right? No? Yeah. Just somebody doing something is better than nobody doing nothing. So, just have one bus that does that for a bit. Are we getting fields worked? Come on, daytime. Hurry up. No trucks available. That's okay, though. What we do want, though, is fuel brought here. I want these guys to be leaving the farm fully fueled. That's the problem. And they are going to travel a ridiculous distance to get fuel right now, aren't they? I think they are. All right, let's not bring them back. All right, all the farm vehicles are now back in station. They have no fields to go to. All right, this is my issue. I want turn that off, and instead I want you to have the farm as a source of fuel. Go. You'll go fuel up the farm. I really don't want those tractors having to drive all the way over here. I don't even know where they're at. They'd have to travel all the way over here and get to these fuel stations. No. No, we're not letting you do that. I'm just gonna have the fuel brought to you, okay? It's fine. You can wait just a little bit longer for the fields. It's fine. Greetings and salutations, Mr. Silvermoon. How are you? One truck for the burning oil tank. Yeah, exactly. It's because of electrification. The train needs other materials for the electric stuff. Only concrete rails will go section after section. Oh, so what you're saying is what I should do is build concrete rails completely and then trigger a new electrification upgrade. I mean, could. Too late now, but are you saying that that's a smoother experience? Because, I mean, I could do that next time. Definitely do that next time. Do they not have this as a high priority right now, or what? Should be here instead. I can't... Ugh. I can't select the tiny little bit that's there. There. High. 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 Hi. No? You're going this way first? Okay. Well, that one's not allowed, so I won't be seeing you again. Goodbye. Yeah, but at least now they can transition to the next track, and I think this will allow them to at least move around a little bit smoother with the other trains. So I'm hoping. We'll see. I'm incapable of using this rail network the way it was designed to be used. Because it's not done yet. I need, like, the problem is, like, in my head, I know how every train is going to be moving-ish. And I simply need the whole network done before I can make the routes. So I'm just waiting for it to all be done. And a lot of the manufacturing and stuff is not going to be done for a long time, too. I did say, though, that it's unlikely that I'll actually get to some of the stuff that I have planned. I probably won't get to it. Like, we probably won't get to nuclear power before we start a new series. It's possible Uranium Town will just never be touched. It's likely. I'll even go as far as to say it's likely. But, I don't know. I did want to talk about oil as soon as I have fuel in here. Very good. Okay, now we have fuel. So let's assign the fields, okay? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8... Okay. Any other fields want to complain about road connections? Now's your chance. Yeah? Yeah. Okay. Okay. Anyone else? Got anything to say? No? Connected now, right? Good. All right. Can I go about my... Can I do the thing I want to do now? Hope so. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. And then it's on this side, 12, 13, 14, 15. But we need this road done first, so that's not going to be done yet. So we'll simply work the other fields that we have connected now, because we don't have the option to go across the street just yet to some of these other fields. Although it looks like maybe this one is connected. No. So the other side of the road is just not ready yet, but everything else is good to go. Now what we should hopefully see, because the farm has fuel, I would hope to see that these dudes just have fuel. And they just go to work is what I was hoping to see, but they do just leave and go to farms, I think. Their maximum speed is 30 kilometers an hour. So these tractors are going to stay off of the highway because of this back road that's right here. And that's the same reason why this road exists too, is to keep these guys out of here. I made this gravel because I wasn't thinking ahead. But I also, you know, maybe distribution trucks will use this too. This asphalt road is done though. That's pretty cool. It's a shame that this is the backside of the field, so you know, probably could have butt these fields up against each other instead of having this road be possible, but I was just trying to leave options open for vehicles since there's going to be a lot of vehicles roaming around through here. But now we finally have some fields being worked over in this area. I'm hoping that, you know, this distribution office here, it has 20 different connections. Obviously, we're going to have a lot more than 20 fields, so we're going to need more of them. That's why this one exists. And then they'll hopefully start adding the crops and stuff in the fall. This is more of a fall thing, of course. adding the crops to all of these grain silos that will hopefully be built in time to accommodate that. And then all of this needs to be built and set up for all these fields to work. The ideal situation is that these trucks and these 2 distribution offices will simply handle this side of the road only, and then these ones here would handle this side of the road, and then we'll have maybe more fields that this can handle. And so in that case, I might add a couple of extra connections, maybe along this area here would be for these, at least one of these, like say one of these. The other one here is responsible for fuel though. So one of these distribution offices is going to have some oil tankers, some fuel tankers that are going to be responsible for getting fuel from over here, hopefully, eventually, and bringing it to all of the various different gas stations that are around here. Because at the moment, we don't really have a way for these trucks, these tractors and stuff to easily refuel, because we don't have all these other gas stations built yet. But at least we are getting some additional crop work happening. I also took the liberty of planting some trees around the crops. I thought it might look nice to have, you know, trees going around with the farms and everything. So I made like these little forest and wooded areas around the fields. Not all of them yet, but I thought I'd just give it a try around a couple of them just to see how it looks. And I do kind of like that. I think it looks pretty nice. So instead of having it be nice and big and flat and bare and kind of boring, there's a lot more character to these fields. And I think I'm gonna be starting to like plant more trees in the future around various different things like this. Like these beech trees, I think look pretty good. And if I just like planted some trees around the edge here, just to kind of, you know, doesn't have to be super orderly. The trees are not, you know, have to be the, yeah, right here. And then maybe some trees are along this side here like this, you know. And then, you know, through here we could have some trees along this road. Maybe even get a row of them between the fields. I don't want them in the field, right? But I probably can't delete these 2 trees. But they're just inside the fence. I don't think that's really a bother. And then, you know, like we can obviously line the train tracks as well with some trees, just to kind of, again, give it some character through here. It's not so bare. Probably wouldn't have trees over top of the high voltage lines. I don't think that's a very common thing, to allow trees to exist over top of high voltage lines like that. Especially low hanging ones. You definitely wouldn't want the trees to be right near them like that. But yeah, just adding a few extra trees through here, I think, can really, I mean, ironically, it can brighten up the place, you know, because trees cast shadows. They create shade. But I think it'll actually make it look better through here to have a bunch of trees. So we'll try that, and then, you know, I could probably try a variety of different trees, so it's not all the same color. I did try that over at the other fields. There's some of these are acacias. So we have, these are just mostly beech trees, and there's a few pine trees in here too, but there's like some diversity, right? There's different types of trees in this area, and maybe like through here we can do like an acacia through this, because that's where the train's going. So we could say that like maybe a different breed of tree. Is that what they call it? Different type, different, not a breed. What is it called? I'm having a brain fart right now. We could just have that be lining the train tracks though. Just adding some extra trees. But I did some acacias over here just to see how it would look. And I don't know, it's brighter. It seems like it's pretty good. Species, is that, yeah, just something, okay. Wasn't sure if I had like a special word that, you know, like a murder of birds. Who came up with this? Windbreaks around fields is a thing. Oh, so like having the trees around the fields, yeah. Helping to break up the wind, right? Yeah. I like it. So this will definitely look better, and I'll keep going with this. There's certain places where I made the fences really close together, so I'm not entirely sure we'll be able to, you know, have a whole lot for trees through here, but maybe we could have like a couple of Like maybe pine trees will fit in here. Yeah, it looks like if I really position it a bit more precisely, it will let me plant pine in the dark. Pine in the dark. That sounds like the title of a book, a horror book. Pine in the dark. I'm not entirely sure what the plot of this book is, but yeah, just a few trees kind of between these fields. You know, it doesn't let me plant them all the time, but I can get a few. There we go. Can't really do it well where the electrical lines are. Just kind of between the roads and the field. There we go. I like how my fence for this field, I don't know if you can tell, my fence for this field is on the road. It doesn't look great, but I'm gonna allow it because it gives me a full field. Also, I want this to be daytime. Can we accelerate time here, please? Na. This transformer's up and running, which is kind of cool. So it's receiving the wind power, right, from over there. So this is all set up now. It's receiving all that wind, which means this has power connecting buildings. And it means that any other connections we do with this is only from this point. So we have a lot of connections available here. We could run power to other places. We need to run power over there, but we have a lot of connections over here, and a new wind farm is scheduled to be right here too. So very close together, but these 6 wind turbines will connect here, and then we'll run this power, I think maybe over into this area so that some of this stuff can get powered by the wind too. And then at some point, I think right around here, I think is where I wanted to do it. In fact, I'll go ahead and do it now so I can queue it up. It's right about here. Just after the bridge. I wanted to put in another one of these electric connections. And you know, the road, I think we could probably come off the highway. That's fine. So another one of these electric connections, because eventually we're going to need, you know, more power to reinforce such a long rail. And if we do a lot of rails, so eventually we'll need more power there. And this will allow me to connect this wind farm. That's going to happen right here. I can connect this to the rail and allow the rail to be partially powered by the wind as well. Which brings me to the other thing I wanted to do, which is having one of these wind turbine areas. I think it's going to be these. They're going to be connected, and I want them to power into this too. I want them to send power to the rail too. At the moment, the rail network is pretty much entirely fossil fuels. And I did want to change that as well. Where are you going? Oh, I get it. This is in the way. Construction trains, my friends. Construction trains. All the food deliveries waiting. And that's the other thing I'm looking forward to, too. As soon as we can get out of this area, I'll never do this again. I promise you, I will never do this again. I will never have a rail construction yard this close to a high traffic rail. It is an absolute terrible thing to do. If anything, maybe it's not that terrible to put it next to a high traffic rail, but it was certainly a bad idea to put it this close to the main intersection on the rail network. Very dumb idea. Should not have done that. So I'll look at that later too. We don't have any food in here now. We need crops delivered. We have a lot of food. Let's go get crops. We haven't delivered enough crops here. No, you have enough crops. Well, you don't have enough workers is what you don't have. We just don't have enough people working here. Really need most people to go to Food Factory. It's kind of essential that you all go to the Food Factory. You know, now that this is done, I'm thinking... Oh, I can't do that. You're not going to allow me to... What is this? Oh, okay. Sewage thing. Crap. Literally. Okay. I mean, you'll just have to walk on the walking side, on the sidewalks. This is what you'll have to do. There's nothing else I can... Yeah, that's the whole reason for making this a sidewalk anyway, so okay. I guess. Good enough. Oh yeah, rows of trees are gonna look great. As soon as these all grow up, it'll look really nice. All right, we got the rail to this point, and I think the rail to this point is great. But of course we need to connect it here. So turn this curvature back on so I can see where I'm allowed to go. We're gonna go right across. Kind of want it to be straight at this point for that intersection, and then we'll turn. Yeah. So we'll turn, and we'll come right across like this. And so you will be straight there, and then over, and then like this. And we're gonna get to about here. I think maybe I make the bridge sooner. I was gonna just cross this road because I don't think it'll matter. And I think it's cheaper if I do this, right? Yeah, I think it's cheaper if I stay on the ground for a little bit longer. So we'll go about here, I think, with it. And then we'll raise this up. Like so. Go over top of the road. Like so. That's good enough. And then we need it to go over here. So it's kind of bending a little bit the wrong direction. So let's make sure that the bridge goes straight in the direction that it needs to go. And I do want it to allow this road. So let's make sure this road exists before we do this so it doesn't get the post in the way. And then up there should be okay. We don't have a post on that side yet, but it'll create one right now. And then we'll drop this down about there. Yeah, that'll work. And then this rail goes in a straight line. Might need to move that road. Nope, we're good. In a straight line this direction, like that. All the way to at least there. Let's go a little bit more. At least to here. Okay, good. So that'll be our rail going through there. And then from this point, we of course connect you. So you're connecting like this and like this. And then from here, we'll connect like this and like this. There's our intersection. Okay? That gets our train in there to get the crops to deliver. Train can come this way, over top this highway, all the way over here, and then same thing here. Although I'm thinking this road becomes a bridge. Probably, to get over top of the track so it doesn't interfere. I feel like it's going to be a road that a lot of trucks are going to be using because the distribution office is right there. And so they'll be coming this way to get into the future fields that are over here. So I'll probably do a bridge over this point. That's kind of why I left that as a road that wasn't fully out yet. I didn't know if I wanted to go over top the tracks or not, and I'm pretty sure I do. There we go. There's our second intersection to get into our rail. Looks pretty good. And I remind you, this is entirely separate from the train distribution office. The train distribution office has nothing to do with this area. It is entirely separate. It shouldn't use this ever. Because this is an end. And then I'm going to end up going this way, which of course will cause it to get used to some extent. But there will be direct and specific purposes for it. So the distribution office, for example, will not have access to these cargo areas. So there's no reason for those trains to come in here from that side. But there will be a reason for crop train to go that way to deliver food and also deliver crops to chemicals, which I was going to put here. But now that I'm switching where chemicals are, that might change things a little bit. Might change how I want to do the rail a little bit because I don't think I'm going to do chemicals over there anymore. We will see. We will see. This is going to go straight, and I don't know exactly when this is curving. So I should probably leave it alone. But eventually it has to curve to meet this bridge. And then it continues that way. And then it will branch off with new intersections, right? To get into here to pick up new crops, and then go this way and pick up new crops, etc. It will constantly use this rail until, you know, it gets connected to other things. Because we already have this rail going this way, right? And that's going to go that way. And then this will also go through here to connect with steel, which will then meet up. And there should be, if I did this correctly, there should be a 4-way intersection right here, I believe. I believe it was going to be here. It might end up being here because it's wide open, but there was going to be a 4-way intersection here to allow this to come over this direction. And then there would be a T-junction here, which will have this rail connecting here and this side, high. And then also connecting to the border over here, which it will eventually get to back over there. So again, it's just all up here, and it's just... there's so many trains I want to do. I wish that I had done this with like infinite money, instant build, and I could just have a ton of cool stuff to have right now. But then it wouldn't have been nearly as interesting to watch someone with infinite money build this, right? It wouldn't have been as interesting at all, I don't think. To have it, to look upon this entire land. I just want to take a second. To look upon this entire land, right? Just all of this. All of this. It was all built by picking up a resource with a truck, delivering it, putting workers on it, and having it built from scratch. Like nothing was paid with rubles, right? That is just ridiculous to me right now, as someone who was paying with rubles a lot last time. Paying with rubles last time, it makes everything so much easier. I wish I could. It makes it all very easy. Not anymore. Not anymore. How's the water now? Oh, good. So we're delivering water direct, and now everyone has drinking water. Yeah. That got worked out. That got worked out. Isn't that great? I'm pretty sure this doesn't have it. Oh, it does. It's just in range. Cool. No? Cool. All right, then. Yeah. Are you producing enough resources to support and supply any more track builders? I think so. I think so. Prefabs might be a question mark. Oh. 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 That's painful. It's so painful. Oh, I just lost 1,900 tons of gravel. But look, there's more. There's more. You can just keep pulling it out of what's already there. Isn't it great? But it can't continue. It can't keep going. And that's a problem. So that needs to be rebuilt now. Unfortunate. I'm not sure how fire didn't get to this. Oh, I see the problem here. Yeah, I see the problem. I see why fire didn't get there. Because they can't go past, they had to go all the way to here and then turn, and that's not that bad. That's not that bad. Let's help this out a little bit more though. We're gonna make this a gravel road. Should have done that after it was rebuilt. But hey, you know, we don't do things smart all the time. Build it, please. Or, you know, any part of the time, really. But I could do another turnaround right here, I think. A little mud road turnaround here would be okay, I think. Just to let them get in here a little bit quicker. They don't have to go all the way around. For the sake of fire coverage, I think that's a good idea. Plant some trees in here. Just a few. Couple few. Yeah, we definitely need more trees. This is all very open. It's all very bare, very open. Let's give this a nice woody look around the outside here. Just a few different colored trees too, like a salt and pepper look. Like that. It doesn't have to be super thick. I might take a few of these away. Looking a little dense, but I don't know, we'll see. I think it'll look better than it did. Still missing food here. I need more workers here. Do I need to have a dedicated bus for this? Or another passenger train might be good. Maybe split that up. There's 57 people waiting over here. I think maybe we split this up, get another passenger train that can bring people over here as like an alternate route. Like we have one that goes to here first and then here. And then the other goes from there to there. I think maybe that would be a good way to do it. This route it doesn't allow you to do line spacing, right? So I guess one thing we could maybe do here is let's add a third passenger rail. And it's train set, right? That's what we're looking for? Yeah. I do want it to be, you know, cheap. But holy crap, that's a lot of passengers. This is the same one we already have, isn't it? PFWGEN57. Isn't that what we're already running here? Yeah. EN57. So we just get another one of these. What? What? I've already purchased this before. Twice. I have 2 of them. What do you mean it doesn't fit in the car? It's coming to here. Is it different when I buy it from the long train depot? I've never bought from the long train depot before. Maybe I'm not allowed to buy it from the long train depot? I don't understand. I have 2 of them already. I've already purchased them. What the hell? Well, that makes no sense. That doesn't make any sense at all. So I guess what I'll do is I'll try this. Let's have the trains I already have. I want you to go to the clothing platform first. One of you will go to the clothing platform first and unload everybody. And then the other one... Where are you right now? Can you actually turn around? You can go that way. Yeah, there you go. Okay. So you're going to bring these passengers over there first. And then this one will go there second. And you're kind of not spaced out very well right now, but you really should be going back to the platform right now. You don't have any passengers anymore. And actually, because of this, I don't think I need you to cross this anymore. So I think, I believe anyway, I can have this train just simply go like this. I don't need this train to go and do anything else. And then you are going to go to... What's this waypoint? Right here. Okay, so let's get rid of this. And we'll ditch this waypoint because I don't believe it's necessary anymore. Yeah, so you can actually just go to the clothing platform first, which is what you just did. That will get us more clothes delivered, more people working food, hopefully. Food factory, let's bump that number up. I really need a lot more people working food factory. And then train, are you busy? Do you mind? Starting to turn yellow. Looking pretty good. All the growing progress. Can you switch it to instant build before you stop? What do you mean, like turn off realistic mode? I can. I'm not going to, but I can. Why? Do you want me to progress faster? Is that it? Do you require faster progression, sir? I wouldn't fault you if you did. I really worry about that. You know, like as a content creator looking to do this again really soon, shortly after already doing this live, right? I worry about, how interesting is it really going to be for people to want to watch it again? I don't know, man. Yeah, that fills up the ambulance in the hospital there. So plenty of patients can be there now. Get another ambulance. There's a big old fat boy helicopter right there. Pretty good. Maybe we get... I'm still not opposed to helicopter passenger routes. It just seems like a huge waste of fuel. If you're not making your own fuel, it just seems like a really bad use of fuel. You're bringing food over to Upexki. That's another important note, is that if I'm not making good food over here, I'm struggling to keep that supply up, then I won't be able to provide food to Upexki. Right? I have to make sure I'm always providing food here. And there's a ton of it here. And that's mostly because it's being brought in with these trucks from this warehouse. So there's a lot of food in Opexki. There's not a lot of food over here because the trains keep taking it, which is okay. I need it over there because I can't supply it over there nearly as reliably and as quickly as I can over here, because this is getting it directly from the factory. For over there has to wait for a train to deliver it. I just got you a helicopter. And you have water right close by. Isn't that nice? It's all right. It's all right. The fire's already out. Nice try, helicopter. Good effort. Good effort. This is our concert hall. And I can get more people to come to this location if I could finish these walking paths. So it would be kind of nice to maybe see some people work on these. Because right now I can't get very many visitors here because there's not a clear path to get there. So only very few people can actually reach this building. And once these get there, then pretty much the entire population can reach it, I think. Yeah, they should be able to reach it as soon as that walking path is in. And then they'll have the Republic Theater, culture, etc. We'll be good to go. I wonder if there's any plans to introduce police helicopters. I realize the police helicopters can't really, like, respond to a crime. But I'm just curious, like, if there's a plan to allow a police chopper, for example, to just fly overhead. And then maybe if the police station has a chopper flying overhead, while it's flying overhead, it, like, reduces the chance of crimes being committed by 50% or something. Like some kind of thing like that, where if people know there's helicopters up there, they're less likely to commit a crime. I don't know. It seems like a thing that could happen. Because police helicopters, they don't interact directly with the ground like other helicopters do, right? You airlift people out with the ambulance. Helicopters from the fire department drop water on the ground. But what is a police helicopter going to do? You're not going to land next to the suspect and arrest them. You know, they're just going to run away. So I don't think that's a thing that'll happen. How are we doing on coal? Can I export power now? Oh, that's beautiful. That's a really beautiful site right there. All the way over. Pezarica. Crank it up. I'm going to pin that over here just so I don't have to go all the way over there for now. Crank it up, baby. Let's go. Let's sell all the power that we can. Work at maximum capacity all the time. Yep. More people coming in. And then are we closer to... I still don't understand why it won't let me buy that train. It's just so bizarre. I want to buy another train set. Maybe this is the reason to get access to this border, right? People have been saying, get access to this border, get the new train builder, etc., etc. Maybe that's the incentive to get this done, so that we can get in here. That's just a lot of track to build, though. Although it doesn't have to be electrified. I really could just make this not electrified, right? I wish I could just downgrade it. You can't downgrade track, so in order to downgrade this, I have to completely redraw it. And I just don't want to do that. Plus, if we're going to get the train set from over there anyway, it's got to be electrified. So I guess that's fine. Whatever. So as far as train building goes, or so as far as track building goes, I have this tunnel that has now been reached, or at least we're towards the tunnel anyway. We do want to get workers into here eventually so that I can send them over to start making vehicles. We have really good access to steel. There's a ton of steel just sitting over here ready for vehicles to be made. There's a fire station here that's ready to be worked as soon as we get people moving over here. That should help a little bit with fire coverage as we get this factory running. It would be a really big big, super big deal right now if this thing catches fire. I didn't want them to build it all the way. I was hoping to do to this what I did to this, where it was very close to being done, but we're not quite ready for it yet. Didn't happen. Didn't happen. Is there maybe a track between that depot and the border that's not electric? A track between that depot and the border. I don't think so, but let's find out. I don't believe so, but... It's all electric. It's all electric through here. I don't know. It doesn't make any sense to me. It allowed me to purchase 2 of them then, and now it doesn't. Maybe it was a bug? I don't know. Helicopters for police, tunnel boring machines for the secret police. Well, that's not what I wanted to do. Yeah, you. Get the hell out of my way! That's why the other trains are waiting too long. Ugh. Never again will I do this. Never again will this ever be a thing. And I'm actually kind of considering... Yeah. This is what we're gonna do instead. Screw this. I'm not dealing with this stupid crap anymore. Let's do it this way. I'm getting rid of this track. That track is gone now. I'm also getting rid of this track. That track is gone now too. Okay. Chain signal here. All right. Obviously, we don't want this. So we need to do something a little different here. I need to push you. So the only reason that you're stopping is because this is considered an intersection. So what we want to do is create... Okay. Guess what, track builders? You're completely out of the way now. How does that feel? Does that feel good? Oh, I bet it does. Does it feel great to be excluded from the world? How do you feel about that? You know, if you want out, you can build your way out. How's that sound? Why don't you go ahead and build your way out, assholes? And you're gonna build your way out like this. Oh yeah. All the way out like that. That's the way you build right now. That's right. You have fun with that, track builders. You have fun with that. Okay. Okay, so chain here, clearing there. And then all we're gonna have from this is there is another signal that's gonna go right there. And I mean, there's really no reason to chain this, but fine. Chain that there. No, I don't want that. I don't want any part of it. I have to. I gotta do it if I want this. This whole thing has to be considered a single intersection. So that means that this semaphore goes, and so does this one, and it gets replaced by this one. Yep. This whole thing gets considered to be a single intersection. And then you will chain as a mixed signal here. Now you might be thinking, well, how are the trains going to get back? How do they get back to the station? Because they can't. I know. Isn't it beautiful? No. We need to allow them to get back into the station too. And so they weren't going to get back anyway. They suck. You see how bad they were? They suck. I'm actually considering taking a back road approach to this whole returning to the station thing and having them come right through here. But I have no idea if I can get them to do that. And this is all just really cheap wooden track, right? So if I can somehow get them... This is just for the track builders. If I can somehow get you guys to get the hell out of my way. No idea. It's only for the track builders, right? The one-way track, exclusively for track builders. How the hell am I gonna get in there? This is such a stupid idea. It won't even let me because of this intersection. Ugh. There's literally no way to do this in this stupid area. No, wait, I could do this. Hang on. We can... Yeah. Let me get that connected like this. Yeah. Like that. Okay, never mind. All fixed. They simply can't return while there's another one leaving, though. Whatever. If they're going to cause a problem, they're going to cause it away from the rest of my network. That's all there is to it. I really just need to rebuild this stupid thing. I need to just move this thing out of here completely. If there's no boards here, because there's no one working to fell trees. We do have some people working in the sawmill, I guess. Can allow 10 people to work in the sawmill if they choose to. We have an unspecified workforce over here, so you can get to the sawmill. Thought you could. Apparently you can't. The walking path is way over here. I feel like all of this is going to be rethought later. I feel like all of this is a bad idea. So all of this doesn't happen this way next time. But since we are here now, it is not next time, it is here now. Let's get a walking path that you guys can actually use to come over here. I feel like I want you... Well, you're not going to let me cross all of this. Should have saw that coming. You could probably get around this way, but this is you can't get past this because it's a bus stop. You won't go through the bus stop. That's the problem. People don't go through bus stops. So what we have to do is something like this. Oh shit, that might... Oh, that's gonna... No, it shouldn't. They can get straight through there. Yeah, as long as I don't make this, then we're good. They can get through there. Okay. I guess. I'm gonna run out of wood soon, so make sure that stuff's getting built. Definitely need more food production. I need like 100 people working here consistently. Let's have distribution office take it easy on robbing my food, okay? Let's, no, that's a good setting. I don't want to change that. I really don't want anyone in Opexki to starve. And technically, we're... Are you kidding me? That's a head scratcher right there. Why am I not producing enough water? Why are you coming in here to fill up with 0.03 cubic meters of water? This is... I'm so baffled by this. I don't understand why this building has no water right now. Now it does, but it didn't make sense that it said it didn't. Now it's full. You just happened to fill yourself up now, or what? What the hell was that? It had to be those trucks just sitting there. It was just like, I don't know, constantly drawing from it or something. Very weird. Where is my underground reservoir? Where's my reservoir at? I gotta see it. Yeah, there's nothing in it. This is a major issue. We're about to have some homes without water here. I mean, at least it's not the big flats. The big flats are fine, right? Yeah, the big flats are fine. They're getting it from here, which is pushing it out to as many people as possible. This is not going to have anything in it because it's got to fill that reservoir first. But the reservoir should be... Like, I should be seeing progress here, and I'm not seeing it, and it's got me scared. Not sure why. That's a big boy pipe, too. Not this one. This one's a medium. But this doesn't need to have a big pipe. Especially since I just removed all the workers. But still... How are you not getting drinking water? It doesn't make sense. I'm dumbfounded. Or maybe just dumb. This will be different later too. Having a place where you process your water and having that be right next to like probably the busiest intersection in the entire game. That's gonna get changed as well. And then also having this be gravel still because I'm too much of a pansy to upgrade it because I know it will shut down major stuff. But I need to do it. So I'm gonna shut down just this part. Good luck to all. Just this part at a time. That's all we're doing. Yeah, it's a high priority. You guessed it. Now at least some people will use an alternate route. Maybe that'll actually fix things. Who knows? Food. Okay, it's kind of slowly getting there. There's no food to pick up here. And this is the reason why we, never mind. This train just got food. But it's bringing it somewhere else. Ah, it's bringing it in here. That makes sense. Because we don't have trucks doing that anymore. And, wow. Everybody's hoping to get what? Fewer sellers than required. Well, I mean, what do you want me to do about it? You're maxed out. Everybody's coming over here for the electronics. Because they're not available here, right? Now they are now. We're not. Remember, we're not buying electronics. We're still not buying it. So any electronics in the store, we're making those. We are buying plastics now, though, at a very slow rate. We are buying plastics, and so that is a part of what we're seeing there. Let me real quick check in on our coal supply. Just want to make sure I'm not draining this still. Okay, it looks like it's pretty good still. I think we fixed coal. I didn't think I'd had to do anything with coal, but I think we fixed coal. So I'm going to go ahead and mark that down now. At least for now. Once we start heating the places, then we'll see if that changes. But I think we fixed coal. While I have the money, let's go ahead and get a bunch more of these trucks just to kind of, again, as a distribution office for the crops. And then what I want you to do is you're going to add 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. You'll eventually add these as well. And then this one here is going to add 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This is the other farm, so we don't want to do that. I think we'll add some of these over here instead, too. You then need to add these, and then these ones when they're ready. But at least we have some sort of storage queued up for these. And then we'll probably reconfigure all of these once all the roads are completed and we have access to everything. We'll reconfigure everything from there. At least these roads are somewhat done now. I think I want this upgraded to gravel. So I can get that happening too. I'm going to get notified about having no food in this over and over again for a very long time, I feel. That's no fun. I just don't get the drinking water thing. I don't understand it. Help me understand it. You're going to the sawmill. You're going to the prefabs factory with nothing in you. You have nothing in you. What are you doing to me right now? Why come here if there's nothing here? Well, because there was something in there when you started your trip, and then you're just all basically doing circles in this place with no water. I just don't get why there's no water in here. That's what I'm trying to figure out. How did the reservoir get drained? How is it still getting drained? There's less people in the city. There's less people pulling from this reservoir than there has been for the last 10 years. But yet it's just not getting pulled from. Let's maybe not do higher priority and see if that helps. I don't understand that. Seems like the problem started when I connected this directly over here, which is fine on water now. Chemicals is. But something happened to water, and I don't get it. The well is adequately staffed. You have so many chemicals. You're bringing in water, I think, quite quickly. Is there a way I can bring it in faster? I guess I could bring it in faster. Maybe I'm maxing out the pipe. Oh, that's probably what it is. Oh, that's what it is. That's what it is. I'm maxing out the big water pipe at 127. This is producing 127. So this can produce more. It can push out more, but it's not getting the... Oh, it's not getting this water fast enough. Now I'm figuring it out. You just... Sometimes this is... You just got to figure out the stuff, you know? Oh, don't give me that nonsense of other infrastructure being in the way. It's garbage, you know it. There you go. The garbage. Get that into the pump. Crank it up to 11. Hopefully. Yep, the whole thing. And then we need to give a whole nother pipe as an input to this. Right there. These two pipes just became your biggest job, building crew. Local building crew. And you know what? I think the helicopters are going to get involved here too, because they can. Okay, figured out the problem. It's not this treatment plant, it's the well. We're not getting it fast enough from the well. That's what's the problem. So we'll just increase the output of the well by doubling the pipe capacity, and everything will be fine. And then I think from there, since the maximum capacity of a big well is 215, that's all we'll need, is just those two pipes. We won't be able to use it from anywhere else. So 215 is all this can do. However, the treatment plant can handle... Nope, not treatment. Yeah. Water treatment big. Right? Yeah. That's what I want. Treatment big. It doesn't really say specifically how much... I mean, I guess it says it can bring in 300 cubic... It produces 300 cubic meters of water. I guess I have to assume that that's a 1-to-1 ratio on how much water it's bringing in. I'm going to have to assume that that's the case. So what we could do, I guess, is to get a small water pipe just to kind of help that make up that difference. Like a medium one, I suppose, would be fine. We could take... Oh, I'm already using the maximum connections here. Okay, never mind. I was going to say we could take water from this extra well, this small well that's not being fully utilized yet, and we could just have that bring it in here too. But we are maxing out the connections on this already, and I just don't feel like dealing with that. I suppose I could technically come off of this, bring it around in here. I'd do it with a small pipe if I did it, though. And then coming off of the switch, I'd probably need a pump anyway, so meh. It ain't worth the time. I think we're fine the way it is. What's this? What's this? Are you confused? You can't get anywhere? I'm sorry to hear that. Goodbye. Goodbye. You can't return because it's a one-way street. That's why you're getting... That's why you're all getting confused. I'll just Control H you and send you back home that way instead. And then there's really no reason why workers can't just come out of the buildings and work here. Can you guys just all just come out of your homes and do the road work for me, please? It's a 5% unemployment. That's pretty good. Of course, unemployment breeds more crime too, so now we're getting more criminals, more workers needed this way. Maybe I could get a couple more prison buses, because these ones are getting full. Let's buy 3 more prison buses. And send them to the coal processing plant. Prison bus. 18 people at a time. Sounds good. We'll get 3 more of these. We'll set up a loop to bring prisoners over to coal processing here. There's already one bringing them to this one, but they're not bringing them to these 2 yet. So we'll have them drop off here and then go. And that'll be these three buses will have that route. So we'll say prison, then to here, and then to here. And so you'll just grab them from here, drop them off here, and then if there's any left, you'll go here, and then you don't go here anymore, okay? That's your route. Have fun with that. And then I will set the line. Whoops, that's not what I wanted to do. Is it you? Nope. Not what I wanted to do. Do I really have to track that thing down now? No, I can go like this. There it is. So this line needs to be set to the other 2 buses as well. We'll do some separating, and we'll send them on their way. And now we have additional labor being sent over here. And these things should be processing all the time now. You're telling me the sewage is overloaded here now? What is this? What is this? For real? For real, though? Okay, apparently. I did not adequately plan the sewage around these 4 things. And trucks have been doing this the whole time, I guess. So we'll fix that now. I didn't have enough things to deal with before. There's so many components to this game. It just keeps you going and going and going. It never stops. It just never ever stops. We're going to make a new switch. That makes sense. New sewage switch will be over like this. Yep. Nope. Right here. Good. This road can just go like that. I'm alright with that. This sewage switch will send things with the big pipe this way and discharge at maximum output into there. Okay. Now I've got a switch. I can tap into that too. All right. Then we go like, let's say, why not? We'll go medium. Hell with it. Nah, I don't think that's necessary. Small should be enough here. It's not industrial waste or anything, so it should be enough. Oh, don't tell me it doesn't have the right slope. Don't do that. Don't do that. $12.42. I need to do it as a straight line from here. So this is 12.68. And this is 12.42. It should all work. But I have to do it all in one go. Otherwise, it will tell me that I can't. Fine. That's all right. We'll build that as well. I did say oil in the title of this. I said we were doing oil and crops. What happened to that plan? I don't think I should name my streams or my videos or anything like that based on the projects I plan to work on. I feel like that sets it up for failure. The things I plan to work on, I don't think we ever really work on those things. See? More drinking water problems. But once this pipe is built, though, I feel like that's going to change our stars here. This is, yeah. Deliver these workers. This pipe being finished should change everything. Should make... This number has been, like, kind of locked at, you know, 140, 100 and whatever, right? It's been kind of locked at this. And I think this number is going to go boom and be up to, like, 200. See, now we're starting to see 165s, 154. All right. And this thing should now be able to output more than 127. And see, look, now it's going, it's actually able to output what's required. And I think this input tank, right, we should see these trucks filling up. Everybody's lining up for the freaking trucks. Get out of here, trucks. Get out of here, trucks. I want the freaking reservoir to fill up. All of you guys, stop it. I don't need this anymore. This truck is useless. I don't need you. Go over here. I don't need that line anymore. Goodbye. I haven't needed that line for a very long time. Can I see the reservoir now? Come on. Because each individual building has its own storage too, right? So all the buildings have to fill up from the substation. All the buildings have to fill up, right? Then the substation's allowed to fill, all right? Then the reservoir is allowed to fill. So I simply need to see more than 0 here to know that I fixed the problem. But all the buildings have to fill their tanks first. So far, it's not looking great. I figured it would have been faster than this. Take a look here again. We're processing more than 127 now, though, so that's a good sign. It does mean we're going to have to use more chemicals now, but whatever. I could always tell them to go down a little bit in quality, too, I suppose. I could say, hey, you know, it's... There it is! There it is! Fixed it. Problem's fixed. Okay. That's all I wanted to see. Of course, as the water trucks come in, mess with me some more. But that's all I wanted to see. A non-zero number there in that spot. Look at all these helicopters sitting around doing nothing. What a bunch of tools. Let's put them to work. What else can we do over here? Huh? About that path there. About that one, huh? How about you build the thing for the trains? Huh? Do something. There's other projects you could be doing. I see them. You'd be doing all these. Something around here. How about got all the stuff built in this area? Not yet. It's a pub right there. I want to get that. How about that station? Build the university. There you go. See, you got a lot of projects. Right? Don't be sitting around doing nothing. I see you. Over there doing nothing. Quit it. Alright. Helicopter offices. Get to work. I do want that university done. It's not as important as, I guess. Well, I don't know. Like, the fields are going to get harvested pretty soon, so... And they can all go in here. And these projects are kind of like halfway done anyway, so... Helicopters should be doing all of these first, though. Yeah, all these high priority things should be first. How's that road? Did I get it fixed? All right, people are moving on it again. Now, I was going to turn this into a roundabout, you remember? I was. But I think instead of a roundabout, what I'm going to do instead is make these one-ways. So, this will be a one-way through here. And then this will be a one-way that goes that direction. I think that will solve the problem. And I won't have to... Because there's really not that much of a problem at this intersection per se. It's usually the only time we have an issue here. What are you doing? Oh, chemical delivery. The only time we ever have an issue here is when water is backed up. And then you get water trucks they're doing this. But it would also be nice to be able to put a signal here, like road signals and stuff. That would be really nice too. So now that road's done, I guess we'll let's not do the electrical stuff. Let's focus on this tiny segment. You have to do this in tiny segments at a time, but let's focus on this segment first. We'll get an all hands on deck moment here for this so that we can get this done as fast as we can. And of course, everyone's now going to be redirected that direction, which is okay because it's a one-way here anyway. The problem's going to come from these guys trying to go that way. They're going to have to go all the way around. And so I think temporarily, I don't like it, but I think temporarily, until this road is completed, I'm going to make this not one way. They can now go both directions on this because they have to be able to. I have to allow it. Look at all these guys just like, you know, they're already queued up to go over this, but after that, they won't be anymore. Hardly anybody will be on this road after this. I might as well, right? If you're going to do it, if you're going to locking down the whole road, you might as well do it. Yeah? Yeah. If we're going to lock down the whole road, we might as well just do it while we have it here. Helicopters can't even land here, so we won't have any helicopter help. It's going to be all road crews here. But this will at least complete the asphalt that I need in this area, and then I'll do this last patch, and then I can make a stoplight here. If it gets, you know, too crowded, I can make a stoplight here. But at the very least, I can tell, you know, yield, so that I allow people to smoothly go through here. Right? I mean, this is coming from this way. This will go that way. I think it'll work out. I think it'll work out. There's barely any food here, man. Jeez. Then we keep bringing food into this with the trucks. Yep. Just got here. Wanted to say thank you for whomever brought me the gift yesterday. It's probably Jared. If it was yesterday, it was probably Jared. If you got it today, then thank Big Z. Jared did like, I don't know, 25 gift subs or something yesterday. Overly generous people. Like, for the last 48 hours, I've just been surrounded by overly generous people. It makes me want to, like, try to somehow give it back. I want to give it back. You're inspiring me. You know what? Here's what I'll do. I'm going to give it back. Well, let's see how many people are still watching this series. I think that's a good thing. I will give away a copy of Workers and Resources, Soviet Republic. I will give away a Steam key to one person who comments on this video, and let's say the timeline on that is the end of May. So I will give it away in 7 days. So I will announce the winner on Wednesday's stream of next week to a commenter that comments in the comments, not in the live chat. I can't track the live chat nearly as well. So we'll say the comments of this video. If you comment on this video when it's posted, you will be qualified to win a key. But the thing is, I want you to be encouraged to comment even if you don't need a key. Like if you already have the game, keep in mind you can give it to a friend as well. It's just a key. You can give it to somebody else. But if you don't want a key and you just want to comment but you don't want a key, just tell me that in the comment and I'll exclude you from the drawing. That's a really kind way of making sure that somebody else gets it. But that's what we'll do, okay? So it sounds great to me. Is this tunnel being bored? No. Or yes. No. I don't believe so. That would require the tunnel boring machine to be able to get here, and I don't think they are doing anything right now. They're not building anything. Oh, you know what happened? You know what happened? They were building this, but then I changed the terms of our agreement. I said also build this one, and as soon as they did that, it changed the project, and then it has to be reassigned. Build it. I don't like it though. Like I feel like this is still a bad, I don't know, like only one construction train's gonna be able to enter and exit at a time, so we're gonna need another signal. This is gonna create more problems too. I don't know. At least if the construction trains get, you know, hung up, they'll most likely be on this segment right here where they do, and at that point, hopefully these guys can keep working. I still don't like this. I still don't like it. How do I change it to where I like it? How do I change this, guys, so that I like this? I mean, in theory, this track builder will only spawn one train at a time until this leaves the track entirely, right? In theory, that's how this is going to work. I got it. Think. Yeah, there's a lot of crowding. It's crowded here, but I think okay, hear me out. Like you have a choice. I mean, I guess you could leave. That'd be one way to do it. But otherwise, no one else is really talking here. All right, hold on. Hear me out here, okay? Let's say, hypothetically, this track's done now, right? So, let's say I put you here, right? I'm thinking if I can get them onto this track, right? If I can get them here, and that solves a lot of stuff, right? Yes. That solves a lot of stuff. Okay, I got an idea. It's not a great idea, but I got an idea. We're going to let them build this part so they can get on with it. But here's what I'm going to do for now, okay? Because I don't really have any fuel trains that are really using this area all that much, what we're going to do is I'm going to add the track builder into this area. And that way this sequence, this rounded sequence here, track builder will leave from this side, come in from this side. They'll use this area instead of using this. For now, that's, I think, how I'm going to do this. I simply need a construction yard, and I forget where it is, right here. So we could say that... And of course, you still need to bring resources here, right? But everything is already being brought in with a truck, except for boards. And we don't even use boards anymore. So I think this will work better. It's not that much further to drive to deliver it. They're just going to come from here, and then they'll work their way over this side, right? So we'll say that the track builder... Yeah, and honestly, we could even have distribution take care of this. We don't even need the trucks to do it. Distribution could do it, right? There's plenty of flatbeds here, and there's trains right here, right? So what about we turned this area into a rail construction yard instead? Because it's not really being used. So how about we see, how do we want to play this off with where the tracks are located? I feel like we could do it kind of like, maybe like this. Put the road connection on this side. Yeah, I like this. We'll have trains deliver the resources, except for gravel. I'm still okay with that being a train. Yeah, I'm still okay with that being a truck. But everything else can be delivered in other ways. So we could say maybe about like this. Right up against it is fine, I think. Yeah. Let's say right there, okay? Then we go over and we put in a, where is it? Brain fart. Storage, right? Now I was kind of looking at this thinking maybe I could get this to fit in Yeah, kind of like here. Right? The idea being that the rail construction office can deliver this, but it's going to have to be located kind of somewhere else, maybe. I wanted the rail construction office to be able to basically come out of here, go get the stuff, and bring it from steel into here and drop it off, and then get back to the office. So it needs to get back to the office. All right, before we place this building, let's think about how the resources are getting delivered here. I can still do it with the truck, but if I can avoid that, I can take much better use. I can make much better use of this building, right? And it's so close to everything. There's no reason why it can't work. So let's think about the path for the construction trains. They have to go get the resources, and they're going to be getting them from like all over the place. So let's assume that they're all going to come into here, because that's the way this is designed, for them all to come in this one way. They don't go in any other direction. So if they come in from this side, or any side really, I would want them to be able to deliver resources to a flatbed, or sorry, an open storage, because this gives me the prefab panels and the steel and the bricks for construction. So let's say we do it about like this. We put this right, I think it's a good spot for it. We put this right here, right? Okay, the trains that are bringing things, distribution office, right? They'll deviate this way. Nope. That's good. They'll deviate this way. That's too squiggly for me. I don't like it. That's better. I'm alright with that. They'll come in from this side and they get it here, but they also need to be able to get in here from this side too. Again, this is a one-way track, so don't know how to get this to... Can you select this track, please? Yeah, there. Thank you. The one-way track, there shouldn't be any conflicts. And they only ever enter here to deliver this resource and leave, so it shouldn't be any conflicts here either, I don't think. It's right after that signal. That's fine. Okay. We'll have this built. Okay. As soon as you guys get out to where you're able to get out of here, I'm going to have you work your way around so that you can build this. We're going to try to solve this rail problem once and for all here. At least on this side. We'll have another office over there, but I do want it solved on this side. Rail construction office can then go here without much problem. And then it would have to get out. The rail's gonna have to get out, so it would have to go and meet up here with wooden tracks. It's fine. We could do something like this. And then the wooden tracks would go out. That's not at all what I wanted. What the hell? Okay, the wooden tracks would end up going like this, I think. We'll go from here, and then you meet up like that. That's one. We want you to come out from this side and merge there. That way you can spawn two trains at once. Or like spawn one train and it's getting close and then you spawn the other one. That's okay. Then off it goes, okay? And then we'll let this be no signals. And that way, if there's a train refueling here and one spawns over here, it will let it get out before it continues. And I probably should put one signal here. I think I'll eventually put one signal there. But then we need another way for them to get in, right? So that will be from this side. And then you will enter the station from that side. So that'll be the rail construction office. The new and much improved rail construction office. Oh, son of a bee. Really? I just figured this out, game. You don't have to do this to me. I just figured this out. Come on now. Come on now. Come on now. Come on now. Let's not be a jerk about this, right? We can We can talk about this, all right? You don't have to hold my progress hostage, all right? We did good things. We had it. It was right there. I figured it out. And then, poof. The game's saying, no, no, no. This is the last thing I'm holding over your head. You don't fix this rail station. Yes, I do. Yes. Yes, I do. I fixed this rail station. Start all over, it says. Fine. I'll start all over. Fine. But we'll let the time run while I do so. So, one more time for the people in the back. Like this. Okay, and then the rail needs to be electrified on this side to do this. I don't remember how close it was, so we'll just have it go like this. And then we'll have you... I think I'll do this a little bit differently this time. Because I can. If you come off of here and go like that. Alright? So this gives you the ability to switch and come in from any side to deliver goods here. Then you need to get out, so then you'll just go... well, I was going to say you'll go this way to get out, but now it's starting to look like it won't let me do that. Really? Really, really? Come on. Be nice. Good enough. That's okay. I needed that to go there anyway. It's yeah, you only go that one direction, right? And then you can only go the one direction. It's fine. Okay, so all this gets built, okay? Let's get the helicopters to start that right now because they can. We also need a road just for bringing things here. I need to use this area here. Hopefully it'll let me. Maybe I can get away with it being like this. There we go. I need to use a really sharp curve here to avoid the rail. Good. All right, that'll be a gravel road that we'll put in this area. And then I can probably start looking at maybe upgrading these little side streets and then cleaning this up so that there's not so many roads going all the way over here. I think that'll be an important step too. So we're now using the rail construction office just like last time. We'll have it be over here. I think it was here, right? Something like that. And then we could do a gravel road out this side. That's okay with me too. And then for this part, you leave in this direction, right? Now I get to improve this. That's what always happens, game. You screw me over with your silly bugs, and then I improve things from there. See? Now that's a much cleaner way of doing things, isn't it? Huh? Don't you wish you'd let me do it the old way? Oh. Touché. Touché, game. I still win. Okay. So that's how we'll play this. So they return to the station on this track. They leave out this track. And now they can go out through here and they can go anywhere they want. But at least they're not interfering with... They're not interfering with any intersections. They're not interfering with anything that matters. So, good. Build the things. Road crew, come build this. I want you to build this too. Can helicopters do that? No. So somebody else will do that. It's fine. And then track builders are going to have to get on this too. So track builders are now going to be building this. All right. And all of these. You'll build these too. All of these. Okay. Now, I don't know how you're going to get to building these. I don't know how you'll do that because technically you need to be able to go the wrong way on this track in order to do that. This might cause a few issues. Just a few minor issues could be caused from this. You can get this far, but in order to actually really do this, we're going to need to implement something like this temporarily to allow you to get into this area. Because you have to be able to reach this point. So All right, good. The track builders will do this part now. And we'll hopefully stop interfering with all the things. Let me see the signaling really quick here. That's no good. Definitely don't want that. So we're going to say that you go that way and that way. That disconnects to this. And then we'll also have a mixed signal at the moment like this to separate that out. We'll just pop a couple of mixed ones in here for now to separate it. And that should take care of that intersection from being an issue. Off you go, please. Yup. Yup. Okay. For the time being, until this is done, then we'll hook this distribution office up to this storage and have it deliver steel, prefab panels, and bricks to here. No boards. We're not using them anymore. If we want boards to be delivered here, I'll have one of the trucks, like this one. I'll just have this take boards from here and drop them off here, and we'll have you just like sit there and wait till unloaded. No big deal. Also, this was a source for fuel, right? For this station, but it never worked out because I don't have a fuel pump. Apparently I need the pump to move it. It makes sense. I need to pressurize the line. Fine. I figured this was going to pump it for me, but apparently it doesn't. And so we could, alternatively, if we're going to keep this around, right, we could then maybe get... Oh, do you not have a connection for that? It doesn't have a rail connection for bringing in fuel? It doesn't. Huh. Okay. We could have gravel delivered here too, I suppose. We might as well. Yeah. So we'll go ahead and get aggregate, a small aggregate storage can be here with the gravel. What side of the road do I want you to come in on? The gravel's over here, so I want you to come in from this side, so I guess you'll have to, yeah, cross the street here. That's fine. Something like this should be acceptable. And then we'll get a gravel road that goes out to here. That's fine. Okay. Good. Now they're just got to work on things. Did we get all the asphalt in through here? Close. We got that little segment left, and then that's it. Okay, so since we're already working on this road is closed. We have to close it down to do this anyway. So what we'll do really quick is I'm just going to make this not a runway right there, just that small portion, just in case it's interfering with this. And then, yeah, what we'll do then is we'll go ahead and finalize this. And this is all going to be parking lots for the most part anyway, so I don't think I need to worry about the sidewalks here. We'll go ahead and get that going. And I think that closes... I think that's going to close this down, and I don't want to do that. So I'm going to be timid again and just do this one little segment right here. This is already done. Yep, people can use this road now. So we'll now start working on this side. Until we get that done. Track builder can't find a way back. That's fine. That's understandable. I already knew that was going to happen. Gonna have to micromanage them a little bit until we get rid of this office. And then from there, we are golden. Oh, that's how you're getting in here. Okay. I was trying to figure out how you could access this. You're just gonna go like this, and then double back. That's how you were gonna do it. Well, that's okay. We got what we need now anyway from this. Electric rail? For... Oh, shit. You're right. You're right. You're totally right. Sorry. I'm sorry. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Totally right. Whoops. It's the defaults, man. Defaults are owning me. Ah! Okay. It's okay. It's all right, everyone. He figured it out. With help from the chat, we figured it out. It's okay. We can call off the dogs now. Panic is over. It's not as clean as it was before, is it? It's because of the signals. There it goes. That's better. Okay then. Redo the projects. There you go. Gotta redo them their projects. 19,000 population. It's coming along, but it's also a little bit tough to keep up on food. And we are, like, not even working this stupid building anymore, man. What the hell is going on here? All right, everybody from this bus stop, you all work food now. Congratulations on your upgrade. You all work food now. Every single person that gets off a bus here that's a worker, you go to this building to work, okay? This is like the #1 building in the whole damn Republic right now. It's the only one making food. I could totally buy it from the border. I just don't want to, okay? So I don't want to at all. It's really just something I really don't want to do. Okay, we got all these fields right there ready to harvest. Remember, we only have 5 combines, right? So we're not harvesting at the maximum speed we could. I can purchase more combines though, okay? Just a couple more, just to help us out with that. But I don't have enough money to fully stock the combines and do everything else I want to do. So we're gonna hold off on it just for a little while in that way. But we are able to start getting harvesting going. And then, of course, these offices, they should be... It says the building's already assigned, but you aren't leaving. Oh, because the vehicles don't have fuel. I mean, look. Okay. Fine. Whatever. Fine. What can we get rid of here? Fire station. Gas station 2. Gas station 1. Meat storage. I can't get rid of any of these things. I think the train is doing an okay job of this right now. So I don't know if I'm gonna cancel this one for now. I think the train's doing an okay job of delivering that stuff right now. Let me get, and this is all temporary anyway, right? Because eventually all the fuel is gonna be handled by a different one. But I need to provide fuel to these guys, I guess. So, okay. At least until these gas stations are done. I feel like I want the gas stations. I feel like I want a fuel stop, like right here. These two areas to have a fuel stop. But the idea behind the design, though, was that each of these buildings would have its own fuel supply so that we wouldn't need that. That's why the farm has fuel. But, you know, we'll see. Do we get a connection to this? Yeah, it looks like people are driving down this border now. Not quite done yet, though. This is very close. This road is up here. We're getting really close to being in here. And then all of this is done. This is highway stuff right now. Yeah, all of this is done. Very cool. The last thing to do here, then, is I want to get this road through here. No, you're not going to let me do that? Yep, like that. Okay. So, you know. And then I'm just going to put like a dirt road from this point around here, just in case. I don't know why we would need it, but I want a clean intersection there, so we're going to do this. And then we don't need this anymore. So that road can go away. Yep, all that's good. So we want to do that. We're going to start another highway here, right? Oh, this is roundabout territory here, isn't it? Yeah, maybe. We'll let it go for now. We'll see. We'll see. I think, actually, though, the way this is designed, we actually don't need that road, right? Because this is all one way, and this is a one way. So, like, what we'd actually need is this road, like this. Yeah. That seems more along the speed that we're looking for here. This is all medium priority anyway. I'm not going to prioritize that. The useless asphalt plant that we're probably not using anyway is on fire. I'm wondering if I should delete this and turn it into parking. I think so. Right? Because again, we're going to do personal cars. And they need places to park to work in the certain places. So I think I'll probably flatten this and turn it into parking. I still want to leave this concrete plant going. But at the same time, we're really not using it anymore, right? So we could probably dump that too. Oh, you're on your way to a rail. Somehow. Ah, you're turning around and going the opposite direction. Of course you are. Of course you are. And it's waiting for you. Wow. You totally got there first, man. Freaking construction trains dominating the day. So this is done. Up to here. And now we need this one completed. Right? Make sure they have that on their schedule, too. Should be able to get... Oh, well, this has to be built first, doesn't it? Yeah. Building crew. Let's get on that. Pretty please. Yep. Very close. Very close. We're going to move that around. Let's talk about oil. Because that's the other part of my title today. And that's the last thing I wanted to talk about was oil. So this needs to be ramped up very slowly, okay? Because it's going to have to come from a long ways away. And most of the oil is all on this side of the river. But there are a couple of sources on this side that we can pull from. The thing is, though, in this side, we're also going to be creating chemicals, a lot of them. And I wanted to get plastics production going too. I'm currently looking at 18 chemical plants, which will be located here. Okay? They are going to get, each of them are going to want, is it 0.82? Each of these chemical plants will consume 1.2 tons of oil per day at maximum capacity. So if we have 18 of these plants, we need to be pumping 21.6. A pump jack is capable of producing 7 tons, but that's at 100%. We're never going to get 100%, but we can get close. So over here, this pump jack, for example, is, well, I mean, I thought it was, yeah. So like 65, 66, etc., right? So at 71%, it's only going to produce 71% of its maximum, which means just under 5 tons. So if I had, let's say there, that's pretty much 5 tons of oil, okay? But in order to satisfy 18 chemical plants, I need, what was it? 21.6 tons at maximum, right? Chances are our buildings are not going to be running maximum all the time, but I do want to build them in the situation that we are getting maximum. So what I could do is have like one right here, one over here, and like fully saturate this area of its oil. There was another source right over here. There's a whole bunch of oil we can get right here too. What I'm thinking is the oil that's in this side here and this side here is going to be pretty much exclusively used and routed so that chemicals can keep producing. All right, so we'll have all the chemicals getting that oil. But what if there's a situation where maybe chemicals doesn't have a lot of workers, okay? And like the pump jacks have already filled the storage tanks and they're just sitting there, right? They're not doing, I really gotta get these guys out of here. You know, what if it's a situation like that? Then the pump jacks are already filled it up and they're just gonna sit there and do nothing. Well, that doesn't sound very good at all. Neither does this. What the shit is going on here? All right, everybody just ignore the damn lights, please. I don't know what the track builders are doing, but I'm sick of it. Go, get out of here. Oh, for Christ's sake, just go. Just go. Wherever it is you want to go, just go there. Please. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. Go. I know it's because they're building the tracks. I get it. Go. Get out of the way. You. Eat it. Babysit everything here, man. So, what I'd like to do instead of having the pump jacks exclusively feed chemicals is I'm just gonna have it send its supply. Yeah. I'm just gonna have it send its supply to a large storage area for a ton of oil to be stored. And that large area is gonna be here. Okay, so let's build the area for storing oil first. I'm thinking 9 tanks to store the oil. I wanna have a lot of oil in backup so we can process a lot of it and be using a lot of it. But in the down times where we're not, maybe 6 tanks would be okay. Maybe 6 tanks is acceptable. How about we do this? 6 tanks, and then if it looks like we're filling those tanks and it's just like, why don't we have more? We can always add more production to them, but there might be merit in having more storage for it, just for doing it. I definitely want to have a minimum of 4 tanks storing fuel. Fuel is going to be stored on this side. Oil is going to be stored on this side. Oil is going to feed into here, in the back, through the back here, okay, and it comes out this side. Fuel is going to be routed from this point. It's going to be routed that way, so it can provide the port that we'll have over there with fuel. But then the rest of it is going to get dumped into 4 big storage tanks here. Okay, so to have the storage be, you know, realized here, we'll have one there. We'll have a pump. We need a pump between each one of these. Have a pump, followed by another storage tank here. This can all be above ground. Okay. Followed by pump, which I'm going to place in this angle for now. Followed by a tank. Yup. Like here should be okay, I think. Yep. Followed by a pump. Always. It'll be on this side. Like so. Followed by another tank. And yeah. Followed by another pump. Okay. Flip this around so the road is on the other side. Okay, now I'm gonna have to do some flat leveling here, but the idea, maybe I can get it at an angle. I just don't want to have to. I don't want to have to get an excavator. Let's say the pump is here, okay? Then from there, we'll be feeding it from another storage tank. And we'll probably have 2 more. So I really want to store a lot of fuel here, if you couldn't tell. A lot of fuel can be stored here. So we'll have probably, this will be here, and then we'll have another tank here. Okay, so it'll be 2 tanks. They're both going to get pumped in from these 2 ports, and then the pumps will redirect that supply through this whole thing so that we have a lot of storage. I think in the update there are new buildings. I'm hoping one of those new buildings is significantly more storage for, like, I want a much bigger tank, right? These are already very large tanks, but how about taller ones? Can I stack them? Not actually stack them, but like have, you know, ones that go taller. I think that'd be nice. Either way, though, that's what I'm looking at for fuel storage for this area. So that's fuel. We'll just go ahead and submit that for now. For oil, though, oil is not just used by this. It's used by a lot of other things. So I want to have a big bank of it so that if we ever have a point where we are running at full capacity, chances are we are not sending enough to it. We don't have enough pump jacks. Basically, I don't have enough pump jacks planned, enough oil output to fully saturate 18 chemical plants, 4 plastics factories, and my oil processor. I would need approximately, I think my math is very, very rough because there's still pump jacks I haven't placed yet, so I'm only estimating. I believe I'm about 80 tons of daily oil short of being able to fully saturate all of them all the time. So what we'll be relying on is that the fact that the buildings aren't at 100% constantly, and I can then use those periods of time to bank up extra oil. This will be especially true when I have fuel, for example. If these fuel tanks fill up, then this is going to shut, it's not going to produce anything. And then that gives me a big surplus of oil production. And so I want that oil to all get banked up. Very similar to how like a city water grid works, where they've got plenty of different water production to distribute it to all sorts of places. They got lots of pumps that can push it all around the city to funnel it to people's houses. But they don't necessarily have enough capacity to actually serve every single one of their customers at the same time during their peak loads. And so what they do is they rely on things like water towers and other types of reservoirs and things, and use gravity to basically make up the difference in those structures that their pumps can't handle. And that's similarly what I'm going to use here. I'm going to try to build this out to where I can have a big reservoir of oil, and in the periods of time where we are at full capacity, we'll pull from the reservoir, and when we're not, then we'll replenish it, right? And that's kind of how that's going to work, hopefully. So we'll start with 6, but I want to give myself the ability to have more than 6. So I'll build it in a way that I can expand it later. So I think we'll start, let's do the grid here first. Yeah, we can do a grid on this side, it's fine. Just need to leave myself enough room for the pipes and everything to move. So how about we start, let's say here. Seems like an okay place. And then we'll do pump there. Okay, and then we'll do another tank here. And then another pump here. Yeah, and that's not too far away, so it's good. And then another one, I think, right here. So this gives me 3 tanks, 2 pumps in between them. We'll put another pump on this side, but it'll have the road connection on this side, so it'll be like this. All right, then this tank will be, let's give it a little bit more room, probably, so about here, with that connection. And then we'll have another pump going this way, with the road going that way, right? So the road, see it right about here should be okay. There we go. Another tank there like this. Again with this there. And then another pump next to that. And then another tank here. And then on this side will be one more pump, but it's facing this direction. About like so. All right, so you can see the pattern we're doing here, right? We're just kind of moving around like that. I want to leave myself the possibility of going to additional tanks if it looks to me like I'm going to need more storage. Then I want, again, the chance to do that. We're also going to be pulling from this reservoir in 2 separate ways. So we'll basically have, I think it was going to be this tank. Let me double check. I think it was this tank. Yeah, right there, from that out. This tank is going to be supplying chemicals with their oil, straight up that way. And in so doing, it means that chemicals can pull from the oil supply, but we don't want to have it pull from all of it. So I'm only allowing them to pull from here, and that means they can get all of this oil, but they can't have the last 3 tanks. The last 3 tanks is exclusive for our fuel, right? So if we fill all this up from here, chemicals can pull from here, but you can't pull from these 3. Okay? And then plastics will be the same way. I think, yeah, plastics will be the same way, except I was going to, I think, pull that. No, it was going to be a split here. I forgot. I'll have to look at the damn save later, but it's fine. That's the idea, though. They're all connected, but they, you know, are going to be limited in which ones can use what, okay? And you have to have the pumps between the tanks. You can't just connect the tanks up. You have to have the pumps between the tanks because you need pressure to move liquid. Liquid doesn't want to move unless it's got gravity. So in order to move it against gravity or move it without gravity's help, you need pressure. Pumps are required between these different storage tanks. Hello, Fedora Master. Hey now, you ready to back up that claim? I just wanted to hop in and say that I love this series. I'm just at episode 6, but I wanted to see you live and tell you how much I appreciate you playing this gem of a game. I appreciate you coming in. Thank you so much. I plan to play it for the rest of the year. It'll be a separate series starting late June, mid-June, late June, whenever that update comes out. We'll start all over again in a video series, not live. But that will easily take me the rest of the year to complete the goals I have for that, because realistic mode definitely slows things down. So, but thanks for coming in. I appreciate it. There's a load of power balancing tools being added. Maybe some liquid balancing stuff so you can make better storage arrays. Maybe. I don't know. I don't see the problem with the storage array we have here, but like, how would we improve this? I guess allowing it. You know, I just want it to be a larger tank, or give me a prefab that has like an array that's built in already. So like maybe we go, I don't know, like you could do an underground pump where it comes in one and then distributes to 3 tanks, and then those 3 tanks all feed separately. Oh, you could do that, but I don't think that really improves anything in terms of efficiency. Maybe it might improve power efficiency, because then you wouldn't have to power so many pumps. So that would be something for sure. Yeah, I could see that. But I just want larger storage tanks. That's all I want. Give me larger storage tanks, man. Okay, so I'm gonna place this. It's gonna have to be a little bit further away because there's a road there. So I'm gonna go here with it, and we'll allow that to be a thing, but like we'll have it come in from here. So all the oil is gonna pump into this tank first, and then it gets fed into the network. But this also will allow me to expand and have it pump into a different tank down the road. So what I might want to do instead is to do something like this, where I have let's just plan the whole damn thing out. I could just plan the whole damn thing. I don't need to do anything really super complicated here. And then just not build it unless I need it. Is kind of what I'm thinking. Excuse me. Why don't you connect to that? You have a problem with that particular connection? It's a very strange phenomenon. Oh! No, that's correct. Yeah, it's all right. That's all correct. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, so we're left with pump from this side. Yep. And then from here. Doobie doobie doob 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 doob. This is what streamers do when they don't know how to. They don't know what to say. We just make noises. Okay. Enjoy my noises. All right, so I'll have all the oil and stuff come in from this side. Now we're gonna have to use 2 inputs on this most likely. So what I'll most likely do here is have one be here, one be here, and the other would be probably right here. All right, we're looking to get oil from across this into this area, and we're gonna need multiple inputs for that. So it'll go. Let's find where the road is first. Road is on this side. So it goes... I don't need the grid anymore. Okay, so that gives me all my road connections to have all this stuff built eventually. Now, all these road connections, they're not really going to be used. They're just used pretty much exclusively for fire access, right? You need a route for your fire department. That's pretty much it. And we will eventually connect this side too, so fire doesn't have to go all the way around to get in over here. It can go here. I'll also have a road that goes around the outside here just so fire can have a shortcut. I'll make that asphalt as well. The issue, though, is that I don't know where my pipes are going to be. So I'm going to kind of hold off until I know where my pipes are going to be. But this is kind of what I'm thinking of for my array, all right? My little storage array for oil. Lots and lots of oil storage, right? It's an immense amount of oil, and we're going to store it all, hopefully. It's probably way overkill, but here I am with 12 storage tanks for oil. And then we have 4 for fuel. Like I said, there's also going to be 1. We don't need more than 1 for bitumen. And the reason why I said we don't need more than 1 is because I will have a train that will be consistently stopping in here to pick up bitumen and send it to the border. Always. We do not need that much for asphalt. There will be a distribution train that will come and pick it up for asphalt and send it over there for asphalt. So that'll, it'll still get delivered there for asphalt, but we are going to produce way more bitumen than we need. And so we'll have 1 tank that will fill up to 1,500. I might need an array for that just in case, but probably not. And then the fuel will get distributed. And if there is any extra fuel, like if I start seeing 3 or 4 of these tanks build up, then all I'll do is I'll take that same bitumen train and I'll just tell it, maybe add a couple of tankers to it. I'll just tell it, hey, by the way, take some fuel with you too. And then it'll just sell everything at the border. So, but this is what this area is doing, all right? Now, there's some other stuff I have to look at for this too. This is not all, because this building is gonna want sewage and water coverage as well. It wants all these things, okay? And so we need to provide it with drinking water and all that stuff too. Going over the river for that stuff is gonna be a big pain in the ass. I don't wanna do that, but I kinda have to. Because I need to provide it to a substation that can handle it. And then, of course, there's going to be plenty of substations because all my chemical factories and stuff are going to need this too. So I think what might be more interesting here, since there's already going to be hundreds of employees, hundreds of workers are going to be brought here anyway. Let's just process water here. Let's have it be a separate area because there's a ton of stuff that's needed through this. Drinking water is going to be necessary here, and I can go in and get one of these really small water treatment plants with 5 workers in it. Should be enough to handle anything this place wants to do. It only uses half a ton of chemicals a day at its maximum load. I gotta believe this is going to be enough, but there's going to be like 2,000 workers in this zone, and I had to believe that when we finally have about 10 to 12,000 people living in Opekski, which is how many people I need in order to work all the buildings I have planned. I need about 12 or so thousand people living here. That, plus all of this, plus food. Kind of feeling like this little small water treatment plant is going to get overloaded pretty quick. It ain't going to be able to handle it. Since this one's a small one, it's not a big one like that one, right? So this is a small one. So because of that, I'm going to have another small one over here to handle this area so that it doesn't have to do it. And that prevents me from having to have all this stuff like going across the river, like pipes and stuff going across the river. I don't need to do that. So we're going to need industrial water here, and a lot of it. And we're also going to need drinking water. So, again, because we already have people coming in, I think a worker train is a good idea. So I'm going to have a train station for citizens. Let's do a small platform. I want to do a small platform. I kind of want to do it on this side, but I mean, it's a train track coming in here. I don't know about that. Maybe it can work. I think it's got to cross the track here. That's the problem. If I cross through here, do you allow this cross? I didn't think so. So we're gonna have to do it on this side. The problem is I don't want to interfere with my cargo train drop off because I'm also gonna be bringing chemicals out of here with trains. I'm also gonna be bringing in gravel with our gravel train is gonna come in here. And I believe I was going to deliver crops with trains here. Not wood. Wood is so easy to locally source. So gravel's going to get brought here. Oil's getting fed here by the pipes. Crops and gravel are my trains. Wood is in the local area. Oil is right here. Drinking water for all these things. 18 of these suckers is going to require 180 cubic meters of water, which is more than we're doing over there anyway. So using that system won't make a difference. It's overloading that system. So you need lots and lots of industrial water here. Plastics factory is also going to require there's 4 of these. And so this will require 12 tons of chemicals. The reason why we're doing 18 is so that I have spare chemicals. I'm not only producing them for plastics, right? So I think, yeah, we're going to need a big well. Because this only produces... Oh, this isn't for industrial water, though. What's the... Chemicals doesn't need very high quality water, though. It needs 67%. We can accommodate that without processing it. We still need 180 cubic meters of it, though. So, for the water sourcing, why don't we use one of these things? We still need workers for that. This inflow requires workers, it says. Maximum daily production per worker. Really? 150. So I could put 2 workers here and it's fine? Is that really a thing? Does it need workers? This is going to be 77, so I could just pump the river, like take the river water directly over to chemicals is what I was hoping to do. But it sounds like this thing requires workers, which is not what I thought was going to be. The thing I don't want to do is use small water wells because they require power. Not much, but they do require. At max power consumption, they will consume each 5.1 megawatt hours, and I will need at least 3 of these to provide enough industrial water for chemicals to allow them to function. There's conflicting numbers here. It says consumption at maximum power or maximum production is 2.1 megawatt hours. But then it also says maximum power consumption per day is 5.1 megawatt hours. That doesn't make sense. I'm going to go by the bigger number then. So 5.1 megawatt hours, that's 15.3 megawatt hours per day. Which gives us just basically, it's going to take 1/4 of a megawatt of output for 3 of them. So that's actually not bad. I can just power this with the wind. It's okay. I do have this part right here. That's going to be our main grid connection for this side. So if we need grid power, it will come from here. And it's this underwater line, which isn't built yet. It needs to be built. Turn this into a higher priority. And medium is fine. But let's assign this to the helicopters. Medium's fine, though. So we have this underwater line here that comes from the grid. And this is our grid connection. But we can still, again, power this with wind, too. I feel like a wind farm up here would look actually pretty cool. I might flatten this and turn it into a wind farm. I don't think it needs... I mean, maybe it doesn't need workers, but I'm just looking at the text. I haven't used it yet. It says per worker. I'll drop one in here and see what happens. Because this is what I wanted to do, is to pull it from this. So we'll do a surface outflow right here, just to see if it works. Because, again, we only need 67% quality. And this is pulling 77 from the lake, so... from the river. I guess it's a river, yeah. So we'll see how it goes. Obviously, we would need a pumping station for that. We could probably get by with a small one from here, because I think a small pump. See, the pumps, though, those use 14 megawatt hours. So now we're getting into like 3 megawatts for just the water distribution, and that's not what I wanted. So I think if I can limit how many pumps I use, that's better. Again, surface outflow doesn't use any water, so that's also helping us with power if this works. So we'll see. If it works, great. If it doesn't, then, you know, we'll work at it from there. I need to figure out where the passengers... Well, right now I just need a... This is done, so they can get this. Right now I just need a temporary walking path so they can build this. So my passengers need to come in. They need to work in this area. In order to know that, then I have to build my chemical area. So chemicals. All right, temporarily, let's do this. Temporarily, let's provide some oil to just a single tank. Yeah, it looks like it's gonna be this tank that we build first. Just because it's like right here. We're not supposed to connect this, by the way. That's too sharp. This is supposed to connect over here. That's the purpose of this anyway. This is going here, and then this one here is going through here. I guess I can always bring it around from the other side. Like, I have to go underground with this anyway. I also wanted to avoid underground pipes through here, just because there's no need for it, and it's expensive, and I don't want to do it, so. But if I plan chemicals, we want chemicals to have a good distance away from the rail, but not too far that the passenger station has to be far enough away. Like, I want passengers to be able to go here, okay? So we need this stuff to be close enough to have everybody be able to walk, and that's the other thing, is like I don't know exactly how to make that happen. There's no walking path over here, so the walking way of getting there from the train is going to have to be this road. I can help that by bringing a walking path straight to it. I guess this is the straightest path we can do for now. So assuming we go across this road, right? Assuming we go this, it looks like the passenger train station would have to be, and I think I'm going to do a big one, not because I think I'm going to have that many passengers, but because it gives me a walking path on both sides. It just gives me that extra distance. So I'm thinking it's probably going to have to be somewhere around here. But I also need deliveries of resources to come through here too. So there has got to be some sort of... I think it's going to be like this. Right about here should be okay. I want to say that this is going to permit passengers to get where they need to go. Oh, come on now. Don't be that way. We were just getting along. Everything was going fine. Then you had to be a dink. This actually might be better though, because if it's a more direct path, yeah, it's more direct, so that's fine. That'll work. All right, I think that's close enough. It should be. I could make this even closer by not going this way. Again, the quickest path is in a straight line, right? So I could make this even faster if I went like this instead. Stupid thing wants to make a right angle, and I don't want it to. Quit it. Close enough. So that gives me that walking path, right? That brings them in there. So assuming that's correct, assuming that's close enough, and I believe it is, then at that rate, we now need to make sure that all of our chemical buildings are close enough for this walking path, which is probably not going to happen. So there's going to be some of these places that'll have deliveries of people with buses, and some of these people are going to be coming through the train. I think. I don't know. So we're going to go through and I don't think my chemicals are going to be nearly, because I have 18 of these suckers to build, so I don't think I'm going to be able to get them close enough. Let's start with a basic template, and then we can always move it into a position. We'll start with the template over here, and then we'll delete all of it, and we'll reposition it over here where I think it's appropriate. So let's say we start with a simple basic. Simple basic. It's never simple in basic. We go about like this. Thank you, autosave. You're so great. So wonderful to have you. Go about. You can use the grid here too. I think the grid would be a good thing here, because we're not gonna stick it here. We're gonna stick it over there. But I want to have the whole template and then just clone it. So into position. That way I can maneuver the position the way I need. So we'll say that we go about here. So let's start with like that, and then like walking paths are probably what we want to use. So I'll leave a little space for that. Then we want to leave even more space because the oil connections. So we don't want to interfere with the oil connections. So probably go about here, I think should be adequate for spacing. And then we flip this again. And we go about there. So that's 4. We want to flip this over. Now, have the oil all come in on the same side. We need room for the conveyors. So I think I'm going to leave that about there. Whoops, not what I wanted to do. So we'll go flip it over. Nope, other way. Yep, like this. Yep, and then right about here. And then flip it over again. Put it right here. And then flip it over again. Put it right here. So this is... That's 8. And I want 18. I don't know if I'm going to be able to put this in this area. I don't think this is going to work, man. Certainly not to get rail passengers. I might be able to somehow make the rail... What if I put passengers here and have them delivered by... If I just have the rail go up the middle, you know? Because this is, you know, like I said, this is 8. We want 18. So that means, you know, there's going to be 2 extras somewhere. Probably on this side. Yeah, I'll probably do 2 extras on this side. So let's say the oil... I'll have it come on this side, right? So the oil comes in, and it's about here and here. I believe that gives enough space for the conveyor belts. And then we simply copy this twice. So there's now, there's 10. Okay, there's 10. We copy this twice, and then we take 2 off the edge. So, we just add 2 to the edge later. Well, it doesn't matter. We'll play it. It's fine. Hi all, Distortion. Hey, how are you? Just a pro tip for people. I don't want to single you out, so it's like I'm not mad or anything. Just as a heads up, as far as like if you're maybe you don't hang out in streams very much, or it's like kind of a new thing for you to be with a live broadcast. It is not a good idea. I would even go as far as to say that it's likely poor etiquette to come into a stream and announce or tell everyone that someone famous died. You shouldn't do that. The reason for that mostly has to do with the potential for emotional toll that it can have on that broadcaster. In this case, I don't exactly like, okay, cool, fine, Tina Turner. Icon, super icon. It's not, in this case, going to elicit an emotional response from me. But if you were to come in like, you know, Morgan Freeman died, that shit would have been like, no, right? It disrupts the whole program. It disrupts the whole stream. And it can also ruin the future of the stream if that streamer has some sort of emotional effect from that announcement. Much better to just post it in Discord or something like that where people can see it, but it doesn't impact the broadcast. Because again, if it was a situation where it was going to elicit, you know, a big response from me, then we wouldn't want that to happen. Hopefully that makes sense. I think I'm gonna clone this. I need to make this further away. It needs to be further away. So we're going to clone it. Unfortunately, grid snapping does not work with cloning, which is that's a bit of an annoyance. But all right. In this case, I'll replicate it by just moving it down this way. I think the reason for this is because I need roads to be able to move through here. So I'm gonna have to have them even more spread out than I was going to have before. It's kind of a drag, but it is what it is. There it goes. And then flip it over. And ooh, you're not lined up at all. Let's do that. Yeah, you're not lined up. Well, it's actually this one's fault, not, yeah. It's this one's fault. It's okay. Yeah, this one needs to be moved up. I was too emotional, sorry y'all. That's okay. It's okay, that's why it's one of those things where people don't often understand that. People don't often know that. But that's the type of information that can easily be absorbed after the broadcast. Like I can learn that information later, right? I don't need to know it right away. That's the kind of stuff where, you know, if it is an impactful thing, then it can completely destroy the whole stream. So it's always better to leave that in a place. If you want to tell people and talk about it, it's always better to leave that in a place where conversations happen, but not necessarily where the broadcaster, me being in this instance, is going to see it, right? Until I'm done, and then I check Discord, and ta-da, I see it, and now I can engage with you on it instead of it, you know, disrupting everything. Hopefully that makes sense. So this is way further apart than I was expecting to do this, and I actually may limit this down to 10 as my initial deployment, and I may choose to take the other 8 chemicals. The other 8 chemical factories might be somewhere else because this is a lot of space. But I think if I leave myself this much space, it's going to give me the ability to put roads through here, rails through here, etc. And it might end up being okay. I might end up having passenger station, and having 2 different trains bringing passengers through here, and that just might be fine. In fact, the rail can be different from the roads in this case because 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, right? So if we were to, let's run the other stuff too. I need to run the conveyor engines. I want the type of engine that has it raised up like this, okay? And so what we want from this is it's going to be right in the middle if I can. Right about here. Unfortunately, it's going to tag that other side, and I don't want that. Let's maybe bias it off to one side. Yeah, because we want the roads to come through the middle too. So let's say off to one side, we do this, and this, and this. All right, that gives us gravel distribution in this area. All these places can have their own gravel. They don't need individual storages. They're not using that much per day. I could even now I'm thinking about it, I still could have a single truck go from here, pick up that gravel, and move it over here. And then I wouldn't need the train to come here. It's still an option. The only reason I don't do it is because I'm not fully convinced that I'm dropping gravel off here yet. because there's coal delivering there. So I need to kind of figure that out. But regardless, if I was going to do it with a single truck, it still needs to go to a group storage. And I can't have one truck bringing it to each individual one. So I'll just have that truck drop it off in an unloader, and then that would get distributed this way. So I think this is still probably better. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And then we do this right next to it again, basically. So is there anything else I want to put in this area? Probably a road. We'll make it an asphalt road. And the asphalt road will go straight through the middle, right through here. We'll go like that with it. For the rest of the deliveries and stuff, I need to route piping. And then also routing the other types of like wood and stuff, right? So that's all going to use the roadways anyway. Speaking of the roadways, this is only an asphalt road. It doesn't have to be. The asphalt road needs to be on these sides. So actually, this road is not what I want. We'll replace this with a dirt road. Let's just do gravel. It's fine. For fire coverage sake, let's just do gravel through here. So fire coverage for gravel. That'll do for me. Like that, like that, like that, like that, and like that. All right, for the exterior roads, this needs to be asphalt, and I'd like this to be really close, but there's a limit to how close I can go with this road, so we'll just go about like that. All right, because deliveries need to be made to these buildings specifically. Okay, you are going to require gravel covered, crops, comes in on a train, trucks deliver it on these roads and get it in there. Oil delivered by pipe. Wood is local and not delivered by forklifts. I'm not going to do forklifts here. So then water's piped in. So this is it. That's all I need for that. So all I'd want to do now is turn the grid off because I don't need it. And all of the stuff being laid in as it is, I need to go into my clone tool. And then I'm going to lay this in the location where it's going to be. And I was hoping to maybe see if I could get these. It's not going to happen, but I just wanted to see if I could get this to be 1, 2. And that way I could get this train station to deliver to everybody. But it's looking like it's going to have to be in this direction. I also need to make sure that the roads are facing the right way because the conveyor belt only goes a certain way. So conveyor belt's going to go this direction. So this is the direction it needs to be. So it looks to me like we would set this up to be probably like right here. And I don't think they're going to be able to reach those final stations, unfortunately. So to get a train in here, I'm going to have to move that station. To get a train in here, I'm going to have to flatten this ground, aren't I? Because if I place this here, this one has to go here. Yeah, I'm going to have to do some flattening. All right, before I copy that then, all right, we'll just leave that over there for now. Before I copy that, I need to flatten this area at least a little bit more. So we'll start with terrain smoothing because it's fast. Oh, right, bulldozers. Damn. We already flattened everything we need, so these guys, come on over and work. Is that close enough? I don't think it is. Let's do another road depot. Road depot. Free road depot. I'll just do it. Yeah, put it right here is fine. Right there for now. I want all you vehicles, they're over here, all move to be here instead. Okay, we're gonna do some flattening on this land. Okay, gotta be done. Hello everyone. What are we building right now? I just log in. Planning out chemicals. We're gonna have a massive chemical area over here. As soon as we're processing fuel, which is a #1 priority to process with oil, we're then going to be using a lot of our spare oil to, because we're gonna be pumping in a lot of oil here. Probably should get to work on figuring out the piping on that too. So for this area, we have the pump jacks. They're not built yet though, so it's a little hard to see them. But 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, right? I do them in groups of 3 because that's how the pumps work. So, and there is a limit to what the throughput of a single pipe is. I don't remember what it is, but I know it's a lot of pump jacks. So I want to say it's like 100 tons of oil or something. So if you are pumping more than 100 tons of oil, then you need a second pipe or something. I don't know what it is, but that's the idea. So we're going to take a regular pumping station on this side. I was going to do underground for all of these, but if I can find a way to get the roads to connect okay, I think I'm all right with not going underground for all of them. And ideally, you would want these to be as far away as possible, so you minimize the number of pumps that you actually require. So I guess I'd have to go underground in that sense. And to really know for sure how far I can go, I guess I could either use a measuring tool or I can just see how far it'll let me go. So this is the furthest one away. So as long as this one can reach. So it looks like we're going to need about here. So if I make this, let's say right in front of this pipe, it should be good to go. So we'll drop this underground pump will be right about here. And I believe with that, we should see the underground pipe from this should be able to reach there. Yeah, now I don't need to go underground here. And this specific one, I think I'm okay with getting away with it. So for this one, this is an above ground one, isn't it? Or is this below? This looks like it's below. I don't want a below. I want an above ground one here. I think so. Because the roads are not that inconvenient in this particular spot. So that can reach. I'm pretty sure it can reach here. So we're going to go ahead and do that. This can go like that. You will go there. And then I'm thinking bringing you over and putting you here. Yeah. Because this one can most certainly, since it's further forward, I don't want to waste that distance. So I want to get another pump kind of over here where I can reach it. So we'll do another pumping station, but this time I need to look at these roads. See, now we're getting to the point where roads are a little bit inconvenient on this side because of this one. So I think what I'd like to do is something like this. We're going to go around this pump. We're going to go straight through here, and then this part of it is going to get put underground. We only need to do it for a portion of it then. Trying to limit, again, how many resources I spend. And the underground pipes, they take longer to make. They take more resources. Not much more, but still enough to where I can say they take more. There. And then the underground from there will go from here to here. Okay. And if I do that, then I should be able to get my road to go through here so that other things can have it. Okay. Okay. So these are all placed in the optimal locations already to maximize the amount of oil we can get from a specific location. It's not about making them the most efficient. It's about taking all of the oil. So I'm okay with one pump being 35% and another one being 35% and another one being 35%, because that's better than a single one in the center of that thing doing 80%, right? So I'm okay with that. It just means more energy, but it does mean I get to have a larger percentage of the source overall. So I will take one more pump. We're going to, again, do an above ground. And I'm looking at how much distance that one can have. So I need to see where that one's going to stop me. So you're going to stop me right about there. Right about where that acacia tree is, pretty much. Yeah, that little tree right there. So if I put the station on top of that tree, it should be able to reach. So if I take you, this is above ground, right? Above ground. If I pop you right on top of this tree, should be enough to get that to happen, I think. So if I bring you straight to that, good. You can come around like so. I wonder if I can get you to... Is this too much distance? Like, I kind of like how clean this would be if you're right next to it. Too much... No, I think it's too difficult to do that. Too long. Okay, we'll cut it from this side then. Ooh. Okay. Well, it doesn't look like I'm gonna be able to do that then. Now one option is to just turn this so I don't have to curve. And I could do that, I suppose, because it's most likely still going to be able to take advantage of the source. There's actually not much here. This was a much higher percentage when I placed it before. I'm not entirely sure I really want a 14, but I could be better off putting it over here, it looks like. Yeah, so maybe I actually don't pump this. Instead, I pump over here. That's going to be a lot better. So let's do that instead. So in that case, we're going to be 38, 39. I saw 39 very briefly. Just swore I saw 39. Okay, well, 38's fine. So we'll change it to being pumped from here. I just don't want to get in the way of that other pump. So right about here is fine. That should be good. Might have been a possibility to add one there, but that's okay. From this source, it doesn't make sense. So we just won't do that anymore. That's the first pump I added. So I guess when I added this one, it kind of made it way lower. But that's fine. So from this side, then we're going to want to, if possible, only if possible, connect there. Yep. Okay. And then this side can now connect. Well, hang on. Yeah, you're going to connect here. That, and then you're here. Yep. All right. For roads, we can flip you. I think we'll flip this one. Trying to see if I get it to say 36, but it doesn't want to. 35 it is then. Okay, we'll do that, and then connects like so. All right, for the road then, roads will go up this direction, and it needs to go between these two as well. And then there's this one, which will wrap around this side. So what it looks like we're gonna have to do is we're gonna need underground to be maybe about right here. We'll put this part underground. And then this part over here looks like it's probably going to be good to have it underground too. Again, need fire access to this stuff, so I think probably right about here we'll do it. Okay. This road will go across this and then over there like that. And then you guys will meet up over there like this. That's fine. Okay, so that gives us connections for the fire department and stuff to be able to see all these things. And then that goes this way and connects to this road over here. So there's a road right there, and it will go like that. do a little bit cleaner on that curve. Here we go. Okay. Good. So that's sort of our first piping pump jack area. And, you know, we have 2 pipes, of course. We should have had, I thought there was one more area to pump oil over here, but I don't see it. So it is this, I know this, but I thought there was another one. I missed so much over here. I'm wondering if I can reposition these now. No, I already tried that. We already tried repositioning, but there's like green, bright green areas here we're missing. It's because of the shoreline, pretty much. I would put this 28% here, but again, where you have to remember, we're going to need another pump. If I don't do multiples of 3, then I need to do 6, and I can't fit 6 here. Otherwise, I need 1 pump to pump from 1 pump jack, and it's not great. I might be able to pull this off, though. It's just about the power, because there's so much power involved in this. Really should have gone just a little bit further with this land. I might hold off on working this part. I might, we'll see. Through all of this, I could go over top the tracks. But if I want to build through here, gonna have to go underground. So these pipes are going to be underground. Because if I want to build through here, I need them underground. So we're going to need to figure out how far away I can go. Looks like there's going to have to be a pump right here. Pretty much right next to where this road is. So this road here is going to have to basically be our marker for this pump. So now we want the underground pump. The underground pumping station. And I believe this is close enough to permit this to connect to it. Nope. Gonna have to be a little bit closer than that. We'll put it right over here, let's say. That's got to be close enough. And I want to come in from this side if possible. Yeah. And that way, later on, when I am routing this oil, which is going to be a pain in the ass to do, but when I'm routing all this oil through here, I can eventually connect to this. But all of that oil is not going to be able to be driven through one pump, so it probably doesn't matter. These three, and then there's these 3. So all of this stuff needs hooked up. We're all going to do underground for all of this. So every single bit of this needs to be underground. Double checking on the furthest one away is probably this one. And you can reach across to there. Perfect. Okay. So I want the underground pumping station to be right in front of this thing. Let's see if I can't maybe get away with it being over here like this. And then we'll have another one that goes over like this, let's say. All right, so you are going to go there. Too long, damn. Okay, dial it back. Good. This one would be like this, but it has to go around the other pump. Unless it fits here, that'd be okay. Okay, that fits fine. And then you can go there. And then this one needs to come around, connecting there. It looks like we can go through the water, which is kind of interesting. Might use that later. I might use that now, actually. Because if this can go through the water, then we should be able to reach probably closer like this point. We can get a little further up. Ooh, that's very close. I almost got that. I think that'll be close enough. Got it? And you guys here can easily go above ground. There's no reason to go below ground here. Well, there is because it's an underground pumping station. So never mind. You have to go with the pumping station you got. There you go. There you go. Okay. We want underground from this point, but there's another... We want to start combining pumps, okay? So the idea is that you can bring in 3 sources to each of these pumps. So since I only have 2, if I add another pump up here, I can connect these 2 to that one. But like, it'd be nice if I could connect a 3rd one to that one. So I gotta kind of see where that's going to be. This area here is not done yet. I have to flatten this out so that I can work this area. I think I can probably get 6 pump jacks for this area. There's a lot of oil here. I think I can probably make that work. There's a whole bunch of it right here. So 6 pump jacks might work. If it's only going to be 3, and keep in mind, these, it says red here, but that's just because there's 2 pump jacks here already. So this whole area here was green too. So like, I have one right here, then one right here, and then one right here, then one right here. I could cover pretty much the entire area. So we're going to send it that way. And there's this area, which is going to be 1 pump. So this will be 2 pumps, 1 pump. Those will combine into a single pump. All right, so let's assume that we're going to have... yeah, we'll assume that we have 6 pump jacks here going into 2 pumping stations, which then need to merge into another pumping station. So it's this one's the furthest one away. We can work with this one. And we do want fields here too. So I haven't expanded my farm this far because I don't know about the fields. However, I have made one small error, and that is I did not leave enough room between these fields to place another pumping station, because I was pretty confident that I could get a pump to be here to bring everything over. But I'm pretty... It does look like it will let me. Maybe I did leave enough room. I'm thinking this probably eats into this field. Probably going to invalidate some of that field, and I was hoping to avoid that. I kind of messed that up. These fields are very close together, so I can't scoot that over anymore. And this is too close to the road for me to get any noticeable difference. So I'm going to have to just kind of hope at this point that things kind of work out for a single line. But I don't think a single line can go this far. In fact, I'm pretty damn sure of it. From here to here, yeah, I'm going to need a pumping station in the middle here somewhere. So it's possible that one of these fields is going to not be a complete field. Probably this one is going to have a little bit of it eaten up by oil, and that's fine. Oil will trump crops every time on this. So we're going to take from the furthest distance, which is this one here. This is the furthest away, and we can get to about 340 meters is the maximum. I think it's 335. 338 apparently is the maximum. So we'll pull this back a little bit. And we're going to want this pumping station to be underground. And it needs to be right about here. Okay. And all this is underground. Wait. This is underground, right? Yeah. I think I did the underground one. Yeah. Good. And this is underground because there's farms. I mean, we're not seeing the farms yet, but there will be farms. You'll just have to trust me. There's going to be farms. So then it's probably safe to place a field here. Probably. So we would place this field. I could probably put it here. Now, maybe it's not, so I do have to test that, but I think I can get this pump to here. I probably should have just measured this before doing so, right? So this gives me, yeah, 318 will be right next to this field, and then it skips over through it, yeah. So I think that field is in a good spot. Next, we've got these. And again, I don't know where they're going to be. So the chances are there's going to be one pump jack. Probably... where is it? Over here. Probably going to be one pump jack about here. Probably. Maybe here. So assuming that that's the case, we want to be close. Like we don't want to go too extreme here. We want to make sure we can hit it. So I'm gonna say probably about here. We place another underground pumping station here. And we want 2 connectors because we're gonna be using both connectors. So we'll start on. Let's go this side with it. So about there. Should be acceptable, I believe. And so with that being done, we're going to go underground with these 2. That one is going to have to reach that point probably. We're going to need 2 pumping stations here though, aren't we? We are, and I don't know how far away these are going to be. So we'll mark this area kind of like this, just as like a marker. We probably won't. I'm not going to do any farming in this particular area until I know the exact spacing. So we don't need to connect these. We just need to know where this is so that I can make sure that the next one is within range of that. So I think this is probably where I have to be here. I think. Probably about here. Double checking. Yeah, you can reach. That's 265. We have some room there. How about this? 317. We have a little bit of room, but like not a whole lot. Not a meaningful amount to, warrant disrupting the straight road that's going to be through here. So I think that's fine. I think we're going to stay exactly where we are here at this point. So we'll put this road through like that. And then let's get this hooked up from here straight to that point. And then this one would hook in theoretically to there. And then this one would go into there with plenty of room to spare. So if I have to move this one forward more, I can. This one easily hits this, although there's a building in the way, so I have to go around it. But it's 208. That'll easily hit. This will hit, and then this one will go through the middle. Okay. So that's going to work. So next is trying to route all of this to get over there. So that's a challenge. That's gonna suck. We'll need to know where we're going here. So let's say 320 something. So the pump's got to be here on this corner. Yep. So one more pump here. This will be an underground pumping station, so we can still work the fields. I can put this as close to the road as possible. That would be helpful. Really, really close to the road, right here. Still have to be able to connect the road, though. Right there. Hopefully that is close enough. Let's find out. Oh, you're killing me. You're kidding. It's got to be like 1 meter. I bet it's 1 meter. It's okay. It's just a dirt road. This is a game of inches. Come on. You're telling me this is 8 meters from here to here? There's a little bit of room because you have to come up from the ground, but I don't think so, man. Shenanigans. I call shenanigans. It's got to be close enough. It's got to be close enough. Yeah, there you go. All right. So that one connects here. These two are going to connect to this one. So this is our only pipe route up to this side, right? So all of this gets routed through all of this, and then this goes straight up to this side. So basically, this single pump is now handling oil from 9 pump jacks. Should be sufficient. If it's, I think it's like 100 tons or so can go through the pipe. And like 9 pump jacks is like 40 tons. It's not even, so it's fine. At least those nine pump jacks are like 45 tons. It's not a lot. All right, here's the problem. Looks like it's gonna have to be right there. So we are gonna disrupt a field here. I didn't want to, but I messed up when I was placing it, and that's just the way it goes. So I need this to be, I need to make sure that it's the right distance, because this will mess it up. So let's say from this point, 300. It should, hypothetically, it should be anywhere in this area. That's 318, and it can go 330. So we should be good no matter how far away we go here. So I want this to hug the corner as close as you possibly can. And it's going to disrupt the field. Has to have a road connection. These things catch fire all the time. Come on. Show me it. Come on, show me that green. Okay, so it's only cutting 2 squares off this field. I can dig that. That's fine. This is 4.78 instead of 4.81. I'm all right with that. And then underground, of course, from here to here connects. All right, so oil going up underground with the fields. Now, I don't even know whether or not this affects it with the new update, you know, because the new update's got new rules and everything for... I want you to just use a dirt road. Dirt road. There you go. Road crews, where are you? I don't want this one to be these. These can go there. Just the Opexkey construction office. I just want Opexkey workers on this. Same thing with over here and stuff. Like, get this stuff going too. Right? Let's get this moving. If it's only meters, should that not be a game of centimeters rather than a game of inches? Yes. Yes. Fine. You win, okay? 319, 328. Ooh, that'll fit there. Oh, God, I love it when the plan comes together. I love it when a plan comes together. When plans coming together, great. Plans coming together, they're so great. Everyone likes it when a plan comes together. Underground pipe. Here to there. Whew. Very good. And then finally, this underground pipe. Oh, we're going to need one more, though. That's a shame. Well, it was bound to happen anyway. It's fine. You can only go... You can't connect there. See, I need one more pump right next to this to make that happen. Is what it is. Put another pump right here. And then this one goes... No, that's what we wanted. Yeah. That's exactly what we wanted. Oh, I'm... Dumbass. No, you don't need an extra pump. That's what you got. because I didn't place this yet. I thought this was the merger pump. It's not. So this is where 3 of the pumping stations then merge into a single pump to take it that direction. So we then want to see how far we can go. This is probably the furthest one. These two are both pretty far. So we'll say that you can go all the way up to, it looks like maybe that just before this pipe. Looks like it's probably a good place for this. So we'll say that just before this pipe is the best place. That'll work. And then we'll have this one connect here. This one will connect there. And this one, oh, it does, it works. Connects there, okay? So that, smell it? Smells like oil. That's our oil system. I got oil from here, 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 all the way in here, over into here. Not yet here, but pump jacks are already set up and built. They just need to be, you know, pumping that way. We got all that stuff. And I only lost this little square of field so far. Obviously, the fields are going to get a little bit more unstable now because there's like this, there's this patch here that I can't farm. I think a medium field will fit here, so maybe I'll do it anyway. Yeah, we can do medium fields here. Not quite this direction, but I could do like 2 of them back to back like this. Not the worst idea in the world. I think I'll go with it. Just put one like right here. And then another one can be like right here. Right. Side by side. That. Yeah. So we have 2 medium fields here. That's just adding, you know, extra medium fields. It's whatever. It's better than not having anything. We'll have more than enough farm vehicles to handle everything. So I'm planning to have more farms than I need. So it's fine. It's like I have to have an extra tractor and I have to provide power to 1 extra small building. Big deal. Better than having that be open and not used. And then there's also this area here. I guess another thing I could have done for this area, though, instead of the fields, I could have made another wind farm. That actually might be better because all of this stuff needs powered. And running power out here is not the cheapest thing. If I could locally power this, that might be better. I think another wind farm instead. Forget it. Yeah, let's do that instead. So to properly do that, we'll have to have, I think right here will fit it actually, so that's gonna work out. Easily fit it. Probably underground wires into this though. Yeah, probably underground wires into this. So we'll go about here with this. I need the road to continue though. I don't want things to like, I don't want you to take up space on my highway if you can help it, okay? So I want, I want this to be gravel too. Let's make it gravel, why not? So go gravel all the way up to about here. Yeah, and then you'll go over from this. There to there. That's fine. Okay. So we'll take a power transformer, flip it this way, put it right there. Could be a gravel road. Flip it over again and put it right here. Another gravel road. And then we just connect these 2 up with a 4 megawatt. So now we have room for 6 wind turbines, which I think might look pretty good here. Certainly enough room for it, so let's do it. We'll take turbines, and we'll say 1, 2, way more than enough room. Maybe I even get like, maybe I can do 12 here. 6 and 6. and then put another power arrangement like this. I don't know what I would do with it, though. I guess I'd run it to the border, or I could run it alongside this and then maybe get it. I don't know. I don't know. I have more space than I know what to do with. I'm starting to think maybe the rail should have came out wider. Ooh, I could have done that. The rail could come out wider. Then I could have another field here instead. Nothing pisses American off more than metric. I don't know. I mean, this commie republic is pretty close. Nah. I'm kind of thinking I want another big field here. Since this rail ain't built yet, I can always scoot it out. Yeah, let's do that instead. I mean, it's almost 4 o'clock, and I have to play hockey with my kid today. All right? That requires me to stretch out. Because he's definitely going to want to play the moment he gets home. He's going to say, Dad, it's 4. Let's go. Definitely going to play as soon as he gets home. So I'm kind of got to start getting pretty close to wrapping it up today. Not quite yet, but we're getting very close to needing to wrap it up. But I think what I might do here is if I move this rail a little bit further out, like take this out, let's not do this yet. Take this out, right? Move this. You can gut all of this. We don't need it yet, right? Come on. All right, we get rid of all of this stuff. Okay. And this. Come on. You can do it. There you go. All right, and then I have this going straight over, but we can curve it, right? So if I do have this pumping station to deal with, but I now get another big field in this area as long as I put it a little bit away from this pumping station. Just a little bit, you know? This big field, maybe right here. This give me a full field? I have room in the back. I can't use the back, so I might as well just, Yeah. Well, I need to also have room to... No, I don't. I can just... Yeah, I'll just redo the bridge too. It's not built yet. Let's go about like this then. Right? So now we get a big field right in front of the pump jack, or a pumping station. Maybe even 2. Ugh, that's really cutting it close though, isn't it? I don't think so. It will fit. Hot damn, it will fit. But then I have to reposition these so that the road connection is on the other side, but that's not a big deal. I could get that right there. As long as the tracks go between them. That's the thing. The tracks got to go between them, and I don't think that's going to happen. Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen. I think we'll have to leave this area open, but I could, like, around this I can't farm, so I can make my wind turbines here. So that's not a big deal since I can't farm there anyway. All right, we'll do that. I'm gonna wind power this because I like the idea of wind powering this. But this bridge needs to be redone, so just gonna take this back, take it back like this. We're going to take this bridge. We're gonna go around the 3 from here. We're gonna go over like this, and then we're gonna drop her down like that, I think. See what that looks like. May not look the best, but we'll see. It's okay. Yeah, I'll just have my winds and stuff be right here. Cool. Leaves enough space for trees, too. I did say I was going to try... I'll fail. I'll always fail. But I did say I was going to try to build a bit more spread out in the future, didn't I? How's that going for me? Not as well as some may think. Well, not as well as I thought it would anyway. There we go. And yeah, I don't like this either. This don't look good. We're changing the bridge. Bringing it back. Yeah, screw it. Come from this side. I can't figure out what angle to come in, so... yeah, probably about here. Now that, I think, looks a lot more respectable as far as a rail bridge goes. Not nearly as squiggly. I wasn't going to use this area anyway, so that works out really well for me. Okay. So now we came out wider with it, which allows me to get this extra field in, and then I will just simply have... I mean, I could scoot these over, but, like, remember, I pretty much had, like, a 1 meter difference right here, so I can't move this one. And if I can't move this one anyway... then what's the point, you know? I can move this one, probably. Almost certainly I can move that one. So maybe I can get it back in here like this. I'm pretty confident that I can move this one. We just have to leave it so I don't forget that I need it. So I'm gonna go about maybe flip it over and put the road on this side. Probably put it about here. That'll probably be acceptable. I don't know yet, but it'll most likely be acceptable. And then the farm can be scooted back a little bit. So about here. Kind of angled. Man, that's tight. Yeah, it's going to have to be further out. So this is a little bit of a potential issue. I need to make sure I get that ironed out. Let's try this instead. Place the field first. Needs to be far enough away so that the connections for the pump can happen. We'll do it about like this. It is a full field. It's not, you know, symmetrical or anything here. We definitely maybe could move this one back just to make it look better. Oh, actually, here's an idea. Why don't we just do it like this? This is actually way better. I'm not sure why I didn't think of this before. Flip it around. Make it come off of this road. Use the grid. Yeah, just make it come off of this road instead. And now I leave plenty of room on this side, right? And I just need to figure out where the line is here. So as long as the pump is not interfering with the fence, I think I'm good. So we should see maybe a pumping station there. Seems good. And then another one can be over here. Not sure which direction it needs to be facing. So I'll just place it like this, I guess, for now. And then we'll have an extra road that comes in from here. Like that. Right? Now there's all sorts of room over here. I might be able to put my turbines right here. Hey, hey, hey. Oh, that's kind of cool. I never thought about the turbines before. I just figured I wouldn't have any room for them. But here I am, putting more wind turbines in. I like it. More wind power for everyone. We can do it like this. Don't want to disrupt the field. Make sure we stay away from the field. I like them all at the same angle. Makes them look better, I think, in my opinion. So we'll spread them out about like this. And then here. Here. And, oh. Maybe I can go a little bit closer together with these, but that's only 5. I think I have enough room for maybe... I want 6. That's the number you need, is 6. To connect to one of those substations. Alright, same angle as this one. Okay. So we're going to come over and maybe go like that. And like that. And like that. Okay, now we got 6. Oh, that looks nice. I get everything I wanted. I like it when I get everything I want. And then this transformer. I have it all connect right over here. Ain't using this area anyway, so have it connect right here. So all the undergrounds. Guess we'll make it, just do the maximums, it's fine. How much can this thing generate at a time? 35 megawatt hours, that's nothing. Yeah, these 50s are fine. Technically, the 50s aren't fine. Technically, at full, it would turn red. So we'll do it this way. It's fine. There. And oh, come on now. Don't be that way. Don't be that way. Why are you being that way? All right. See how you like this. You still don't. Okay. Go ahead and stop the snap. We'll go lower. Hey, if that's what it takes, then that's what it takes. Ah, you just had to. I had to just do my Santa laugh and everything fell apart. Okay, there it is. All right, so these 6 wind turbines will now pump power into this, which we can then distribute pretty much anywhere we want. And probably, well, 2 of these connections will at least be these pump jacks here. One of them will probably redirect to some sort of substation. It needs to be over here because we need to power all these pumps need power, right? So we'll say, yeah, electric substation. We'll have a substation be on this side. Right here is good. Hopefully that will... Ooh, I'm not sure that will reach this one. This has got power from another source, though, so it should be fine. Let's pull this back, actually. And we'll have this be a substation more like here instead. This is better. That's not... Where's the drive for this field? Where's the road for this field? Right there. God, that's hard to see. All right. I just want to make sure I'm not blocking it. Yeah, substation, we'll put that like right here. This one was already disrupted on this side for these two, but looking pretty good. I'm not sure if there's any option I have to reposition this field to have it be full. I'm not sure if that's possible to do, but I might try it offline. See if there's some tweaking I can do to get this field to be full, but otherwise, like I said, it's 4.78 as opposed to 4.81. It's not really a huge sacrifice. Yeah, so that's where this will be, and then we'll need to power this stuff here too. So we can have one of them, depending on where the other fields are. It really all depends on where the other fields are going to go, so I have to kind of wait on that, but probably another field will go here. I actually don't see any reason why it won't. Another field can go here. All right, we'll have it worked by the farm, so it's going to be on this side. And it'll probably be, yeah, like right about here. Seems good. And I don't believe anything will interfere with that. They're gonna build this underneath the field, but that's fine. It shouldn't interfere with it at all. So given that this is where that field is gonna be, I'm thinking substation gonna be probably right next to it. We'll see. I can't farm here, right? Because of where this is. So in reality, I should be able to do something like this. And that connects this pump jack to power. Yeah. So then we'll just go over. Yeah, we're gonna have to go underneath that pipe. And then route this all the way over. Oh, sorry. That's not it. Well, it'll have to do this eventually. We'll just go underneath and then pick it back up. Yeah, it'll be fine. We'll just plan that for now. So this power has to then be redirected to another power transformer, right? In order to be usable. So, I don't know. We'll take a look at that later, I think. What I missed, boss walked in and had to close stream. Boss walked in and had to close the stream. Wow. You guys are something else. What did you miss? That's a good question. I mean, I don't know exactly when you left, so I don't know how to respond. We have fields. We routed all of our oil. I did say I would do oil today, and I wanted to be a man of my word, so here I am. You know, oil has all been routed, so all these pump jacks and stuff. This area is not finalized because I do have to do some flattening. I like to do that offline because, like, doing this for you guys, right? Like doing this for you guys. Well, even I don't have a construction office anyway, so I need to flatten this out. At the very least, I need to make it like elevated and smooth enough for me to be able to place more pump jacks because there's a lot of oil right here, right? But I got to be able to get access to it. I'm thinking at least getting it to where I can place this, yeah, like these, right? And then I can do the same thing I did with coal, where I have like a road going up the mountain kind of thing, but I just need to be able to place them here. Once I get those put in, you know, they all go to these pumping stations, these underground pumping stations, right? And then those have already been rerouted through pipes, not built yet, but planned. Pipes that go all the way out, and eventually they reach 3 pumping stations here, which then merge. Nope, sorry, that's a pump jack. Yep. 3 pumping stations here, here, and here, which then merge into this one. And this is the one. The one that will move all this oil straight over here, and all the oil eventually gets over into this area. And then that oil, wherever the thing, I'm not going to bother with the pipes yet because I don't know where all the pumps are going to be, but that oil eventually gets here and then has the lowest, or the shortest distance possible to get into this area, where it then hits these 2 pumping stations, and that pumps it into the tanks, which then routes it all the way around into our oil storage, which then is routed all the way around from here to here. And I actually think maybe, yeah, we're gonna need something like just 280. So what I'm hoping I can do here is actually hug this. Can I? Like that. Yep. And then can I get this side? Yeah. There we go. And then let's like that and then like that. So these two feed into our fuel processing. And we're going to need 2, I suspect, because again, I don't know what it is, but there is a flow limit on pipes. It's very high, but we may hit it with this many pump jacks. And if we hit it, then I want to make sure that we're not limited by pumps and by pipes to get it into this building, because we're going to be working a lot of fuel. So that's what we did today. We worked on crops, got those taken care of. Time's been running most of this time at 1 time speed. I did pause for a little while there because I wanted to keep it daytime. Oh, and of course, we have also been redoing our rail station. And this is something I'll probably allow to finish offline, but we're redoing the rail station so that we don't have to deal with this nonsense over here anymore and having this intersection be screwed and all that kind of stuff. This should be orange. It is now, thankfully, not purple. We have, of course, the stop right here before the road and the clear. Probably could put the clear after the road, but I'm going to put it here anyway because it can be. And then, you know, we need to get the track builders out of this area, so that's what we're doing. And what I might choose to do here with this space is helicopter passenger terminal. I think is what's going to go here. Helicopter passengers. All right. Right here. This platform, perfect size for this area right here. We just get rid of this, pop this here instead. There are already people that can walk to the rail construction office to work, right? They can already get there. 345 meters there. 345, almost. I can probably make that work. I can switch that up and get a walking path there. But in other words, we have potentially over 1,000 people that can walk here. And we're having our helicopters bring in foreign labor. They haven't done it in a long time, looks like, but we're having our helicopters do foreign labor. We don't need that. So, helicopter platform, we get our workers from there. And then I can also have my construction offices, because this works too. I can have my construction offices also get workers from there. And that gives us a dedicated pool of construction labor that doesn't need to be pulled from here, which alleviates the buses a little bit in this area, makes sure these workers go to more important places, everything runs smoother, and I can put that right there and get them over there. The other option is for a building that has maybe, you know, very small amount of polluting type production building, but I don't see that. I don't see where that would be. I don't see yeah. I don't think so. Basically. We need workers to fell the trees, but the trees are already felled. Okay, they just need collected. And wouldn't you know it, all these trees, they all get collected by this truck. And the truck doesn't need workers. Okay, so we're good there. I just need to replant the trees. So we'll put a whole bunch of beech trees in here, some macadias in here. Yeah, I don't want to go too crowded here because this is still our sawmill, but it's working. All right, so we're gonna have a lot of this is gonna turn into our rail construction office instead, because it's this nice separate one-way track that already is interconnected to every single point in the entire republic, and it'll just work better. I think it'll just work better. Okay, looks like they're, you know, working on this tunnel. I'm not sure why the tunnel boring machine isn't doing that. Only thing I can think of is it just can't reach it yet. Probably. Let's click it and find out. Can you reach this? Huh? Can you reach that? Can you bore the tunnel, please? Where's the tunnel boring machine? I want to see it. I want to see if it's leaving the station. That's a different train. I really wish there was some way, some method to, and this is returning anyway, so it doesn't need to be this way, but I wish there was some method to, like, give prioritization to types of trains. So, for example, trains with an oil tanker have priority over those with a boxcar. And all trains have priority, like passenger trains have maximum priority, so that this doesn't happen anymore. People just sitting here doing nothing. I don't like this. I don't like it. Look at this. Like, what's going on here? Why are you stopped? Why? I actually don't know. Why? Why is this blue? Why are you blue? That doesn't make any sense. How about that? That doesn't fix it. This shouldn't be affecting. This train's out of the way. That shouldn't be affecting that. Oh. Oh. Yeah. I get it. Because this section is orange, and this is crossing that track. That makes sense. I want you to ignore this. That problem gets fixed once this is gone. Yeah, I was completely ignoring the fact that this track was crossing it. That's my bad. I'm just gonna have you ignore the light, and then, yeah. Hopefully the tunnel boring machine leaves soon. We'll see. We have the ability to deliver resources here now, though. I believe. There should be electricity to this. I think it's just this part here that's remaining, but there should already be electricity on this anyway. I'm not entirely sure why that's not completely done, but regardless. Can you do this instead? Pretty please. Yeah, I'm not noticing the tunnel boring machine leaving. It's just sticking around in here. It's not doing anything. There's a tunnel to be bored, sir. Okay? There is a tunnel. Somewhere out there, there is a tunnel to be bored. Okay? And I wish you to bore it. Too short of sections. Right, that's getting cleared up. It's only with the track builders. This area has been a pain in my ass the entire time. It's been a complete mistake, but I was just running with it because I was like, I think we can make it through. No, I'm done messing with it. It constantly disrupts trains. The only place in my entire network that I ever have a problem is right here, unless it's a track builder, and then of course you have other intersections and stuff, but non-track builder trains, this is the only place I have a problem. And it is almost always, I have yet to see a time, I don't think, in my recent memory anyway, where any other thing was at fault other than a track builder. So I want them out of this area, basically. And that is what I hope to have happen. So that's what we're working on. Helicopter crews. Working on things the helicopter crews are doing. And then are we getting the stuff from this field? I'm not seeing this happen here. Did we not get any fuel brought here? Wait, we can't bring fuel to this building? The distribution office? Tell me the distribution office can't have fuel brought to it? No way, there's two refueling parts right here. I don't see any fuel storage on this thing. That is interesting. That's really a shame. So we're not gonna pick things up. That's it. All right, we don't have fuel here, so you're not gonna do anything. This is silly. Come on. How come these don't have a fuel? How come this doesn't have internal fuel storage? Internal fuel storage. Like, what's the storage for? Yeah. Come on. Where's the fuel? Why not? Look at the storage tab in the UI. That's what I'm trying to do. It keeps closing on me. It don't let me open it. This has fuel, man. It automatically closes it. It won't let me open it. It's kind of bugged, isn't it? I feel like that's kind of bugged. I don't know if that's me or not, but I feel like that's a bug. Stream 24. That's what it is today, right? Stream 24? Yeah. Stream 24. Let's reload this stream and see if I can get these guys to reload the save really quick and see if I can do this. And then I gotta go. Did a lot of stuff today, though, guys. I'm pretty satisfied with our progress today. I think Friday is going to be... Friday, we're going to finish laying the lines for oil. Because that's the last step, man. Okay, I don't know what's going on with this, but I can't open this. So I don't know what's going on with that. It has power. It has a office that has been told to provide fuel to this building. And it had tankers that left the building to go get the fuel. But it won't let me open this UI. And I don't know why it's doing that. It makes no sense to me. So what I'm gonna have to do for now, I don't know. I don't know what I'm gonna have to do for now. That's making it go to a depot isn't gonna change anything. The check mark for unload is unchecked. Huh? No, it's not. It's very much checked. It's a very checked check mark. So I'm not sure what you mean. Oh wait, these storages. I bet it might be this. I wonder if it's this. Maybe I haven't told them to. You know, they don't have anything to do. They might not be willing to go and refuel themselves. Maybe that's it. Hold on. If they don't have anywhere to load the crops, to unload the crops, then they're not gonna go get them, right? Maybe that's it. No, that can't be it either. No, off he goes. See? Off he goes with no fuel, but he's at least moving. That's what I needed to do. So grain storages need to be unload. We'll just do something like this. I just need you guys to go get the crops before they die, okay? Yeah, that's fine. Go get the crops before they die from all the fields. Yeah, ready, set, go. So now you can go get fuel, which will take you a while, but you can do it. I believe in you. No, you can do it. I still don't see, though, a way to access the storage, and there is totally something behind there. I just can't open it. Free fuel station. I mean, we're working on getting this one done. There was supposed to be fuel delivered directly to the building, though. I shouldn't have needed another fuel station. See, this thing here is going to go delivered to the office. There it is. So where's it going? It's going to have to turn around, which I suppose makes sense. There's a turnaround right here. And then let's make sure that this is good and this is good. Okay. You should be whipping a UE right here. Yep. And then with this gone, because it is now, I can now hopefully get this changed. Just what I've been wanting to do. Works for me. And then we'll have this connect there. So let's see what happens. So this fuel is supposed to be delivered to that. No, he's just going in a circle, man. Yes. He's just going in a circle. Oh, wait, no, this is a different truck. Here it is. So are you going to drop off fuel now or what? Wow, really, guys? This is your... Okay. Now tell me that this has something in storage. There. It's still glitched all to hell. I can't even see the but it's there. That's what I wanted. And all these guys are going to hit the highway in a big line so that they can go free fuel over here. Okay, then. But at least they're actually doing things now. This place has fuel. Okay. No power to the distribution office. Last one you clicked on. Yeah, this one doesn't have power. This one does, though. And we'll get that sorted out. You only need power if you want them to refuel there. At the moment, I don't have anything delivering fuel here, so I haven't bothered to power it yet. But there is this. And then this has ports available. So what I've been meaning to do is also to get another one of these bad boys popped in right over here. And with that built, I can then go forth and add power to it, which I will just do underground because it's easier and I don't have to deal with it. All right. So these two ports on this side are supposed to feed this area. Okay. So that'll provide power to that. It'll all be wind powered. All this stuff is wind powered. It's all 100% powered by the wind. Our farms are. This over here, our pump jacks over here are going to be 100% powered by the wind. And everything's going to be awesome, okay? So renewable power out that way. We don't have to have it tie the grid down. And I think I want to do this area here too. All the water that's getting delivered to these areas, we're going to need a big reservoir for that. So I'm thinking probably we'll do a couple of reservoirs. A couple of big reservoirs. Unsure where they're going to go. But basically, I plan to have another wind farm here. At least probably, I don't know, probably 12. I think 12 turbines will be over here. And then these 12 turbines will feed 2 power transformers, which will then feed another 2 power transformers, which will then power all of chemicals, plastics, oil, water, sewage, all of that. It'll all get powered by the wind over here. So that's a very expensive project because wind turbines are actually not that cheap. They make up for it by needing no people at all to run, but then they also give up a little bit because they're variable power. And see how it's not running? This is something we want to avoid. I don't want this to happen because they're not doing anything, because they don't have anything to send their power to. And so one of the other things I want to do is I want to have my rail network be also powered by, partially anyway, the wind. So what I'd like to do with this is I can get one of these big connections. Unsure if I'm going to be able to do this because of where it's located. Unfortunate. I can always go underground. I just was hoping not to, but I will go underground this time. So this one, we're going to go all the way underground. And it's going to be... Wait. No, it's going to be here, yeah. Right over here. All right, so this is going to allow me to have some of this wind power sent to the rail network to help the rails. So at least they have a reason to run, because right now these ones have no reason to run at all. That's no good. We don't want that to be a thing. This here is a connection point from the grid, so I didn't want to do this one. And this one's already feeding this, so we're already sucking down power from that already. But again, I want to help out my grid by having my trains at least partially powered by the wind. There's also an opportunity for solar power. Solar power in this game, if you're not familiar with it, solar power in this game does not work like today's modern solar. It works like the very earliest days of solar. We don't use this, we don't like convert it directly, like photovoltaic panels to microinverter to batteries. We don't do that in this game. How solar panels work in this game, if I understand it correctly, it's old technology, so I might misspeak how it works, but it's a very large structure like this that essentially is heating up a whole bunch of water to spin a big turbine. So power basically today, all power plants basically today are powered by spinning a turbine, or powered by spinning some mechanical thing, like a turbine. Except for solar. Solar is like the only type of power we have today that doesn't require a moving part to generate that power. And so that's why it's incredibly resilient in terms of its longevity and how long the parts last or warranted for, etc. Every other type of power, it really needs a lot more maintenance. Solar is mostly set it and forget it. You know, there's obviously like little bits here and there that can happen with, you know, microinverters going bad and things like that, but it doesn't happen very often. It's very uncommon. But with this system, with this giant solar system the way this is, not like today's solar at all. It's got this big thing in the center there, and it's you're spinning something. And it obviously only works during the day, which wouldn't help me right now. Nothing can help me right now because my freaking power plant doesn't have workers. This is why we're not reliant on it. Not completely anyway. But I definitely want supplemental power in this area. I definitely still need Opexki to be partially powered by wind. I gotta have that happen. I'm wondering if I can maybe get a substation in between these highways. I thought it would let me do this. Yeah, right here. Kind of want to put one here. And then I'm going to take another underground. And it's probably not going to be much. So we're going to do a lighter one here. Like half a megawatt. And we're going to stick it right there. I want to help these guys out with wind power because they don't require workers. And right now, workers are a bigger variable than wind half the time. So I want to get that connected and make sure that I'm doing that. Yeah, and then these wind turbines here are connecting here, which will probably, to be honest, I'll probably run a big like underground 5 megawatt one over to a substation, a power station that's here, and then have that also providing power to the city. I don't need it to provide power to all these pump jacks, but I need some of it to help the city because it's clearly not fully stable yet. And then this is going to help a lot because currently we have tons of people waiting for work and they're unemployed. They can go to school instead, okay? So we have only work days left on this medical university. We've delivered everything. And then the walking paths, I believe, are all done too. Not the rail, but the walking path is totally done. Yeah, because people are walking there already to help with construction. Yeah. So there's 87 workers here. They're just, I got something to do. Cool. And that's it. That's all you do. You have something to do now. And I think maybe another substation, certainly near the hospital and stuff, I would want another one. So maybe we put one like right here. That would be a good spot for one too. For supplemental power, for grid, for wind power to help out, right? Yeah, like that. Just kind of spread it out. I mean, these are pretty close together, to be honest, but, you know, maybe I should have spread that a little bit more, but it doesn't matter. It's fine. Charlie, aren't you fed up with the soundtrack already? I couldn't get it out of my head after 4 nights of playing. You are still listening to it after 50 hours. I listen to it because it's the culture of the game, if you will, and I also have it... you know, it's safe to play. It's not going to get me dinged for copyright reasons. Otherwise, I could totally play something else. And I have other things that I can play for, you know, the copyright thing as well. This is a problem. I definitely have to do better on food. Oh no. Oh my gosh, what is going on here? This train has all the frickin'... It's the goddamn... Come on! Come on, man! Track builders! Stop it! All my food needs to be delivered. The people require their food. Let's go. You suck. Cut it out. It's almost done. I will be so happy when this is completed. This is like, this must be completed. But I have to go right now. My kid's gonna I can hear him rollerblading upstairs, so I know he wants to play. Thank you so much for watching, everybody. I really do appreciate it. I hope you guys have a wonderful day, and join me on Friday, where I hope anyway we'll have a little less train micromanagement. That station should help a lot with that, and have a lot more. I want to build oil, right? We need the oil pipes built, and the pump jacks, and like all this stuff needs to be brought over here so we have a good supply of oil, and we can finally start creating our own fuel. And we can stop buying it from the border, because that is a major expense. Let's just take a look really quick at my expenses last month. 300,000 was fuel. Another 31,000 in bitumen. If I can eliminate that, I'm making a lot more money, okay? And then we have a meat expense, and then I can focus on meat if I want to, which I might. Buying plastics, want to focus on that too. That's what's happening over here and over here, right? We have this stuff area here. This is my planning area. I'll just copy this design when it's done over into here. And that reminds me, I also need to flatten this area a little bit before I can get going on that. And so that's what we're going to be doing too, okay? Friday. Thank you for coming out. I appreciate you. I hope we'll see you next time.